Put your face on, so no one knows where you're from. Put your face on, so no one knows where you're from. Hot sweats, hot breath, hot steps. Can't wait till it's done. Myself, no sweat. Can I see you again? 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 Put your face on. Don't know. One knows where you're
Oh,
from. Put your face on. Don't know. One knows where you're from.
oh God. I am so sorry. Sorry about that. Having a little tech issues right now. For it's not going. Let's see if this works. Oh, there we go. Hopefully it works. For some reason, I'm having trouble on X. It's a good thing I pay for the professional account, and I think I know why I got in a little shit right now. Oh my goodness. I cannot believe how dumb some people are. So, yeah, I'm not going to be able to go live on X, it seems. I'm really, real sorry about that. I'm going to. Oh, maybe. I'm just going to go onto my blog. I don't know what's going on. It's been acting weird. I do know what's going on. I was a bad girl and I said something bad to the Liberal Party, and they're all offended. So I'm just going to keep going on about it, Like somehow I can't go live. So why the hell am I paying for the professional? I'm like, thanks, Elon. Yeah, this is bullshit. Yep. Oh, am I there? Nope. It's just not letting me do it. Yeah. Oh, this is annoying. Well, I'm just gonna leave it. Maybe I'll try it again in a bit.
No Chick-fil-A sauce.
Poverty is sexist.
I should start with an introduction. Sorry, I don't know what's happening. My name is Cryptameria, and I'm an artist out of Victoria, BC, Canada, which is actually more of a joke country these days. I can't like anyone. I don't know. I can't like anything. It's running slow. I'm just... Okay, that worked. That's hilarious. No. Okay. Let me just show you. If you're a hockey fan, you get it. Sorry, I don't know what's going on, why I can't go live on X. Sorry about my hair. Yeah. Oh, I might have to like restart this one. I don't know what's happening. Oh well. Thank you to everyone who's on Rumble, Twitch, and YouTube. Sorry about X. You guys are my favorite kids. I'm just gonna go into my blog. So annoying. I might
You're
even just
lost in
go
the
for the
sauce.
panel.
This
Like,
pandemic has provided an opportunity
if it can,
for a reset.
I don't know what's happening.
Admiration I actually have for China, because their basic dictatorship.
But I'm the bad guy. But I'm the bad guy, right?
You're lost in the sauce.
If re-elected, would move forward. You'll forgive me if I don't think about monetary policy.
Favorite Baltic nation? That's not a thing.
Oh my God,
So
yeah.
this is a message for Justin Trudeau that Baltic countries exist.
That's not a thing.
You're lost in the sauce.
Diplomatic relations between Canada and China.
Friendship that we celebrate every day between Canada and China.
You're lost in the sauce.
That the Conservatives simply don't understand that low-income families don't benefit from tax breaks because they don't pay taxes.
British Columbia, where we can be free and no man owns the fish.
Scottish Queen.
Obviously, we've taken significant measures to keep Canadians safe,
Okay.
particularly
Let me
given
try this.
the threat of these
Maybe.
new variants that are being developed. Or that are
All right.
emerging elsewhere around the world.
They can't get a vaccine because of health reasons. And I'm wondering what your message is to those Canadians who feel that you are abandoning them and turning society against them.
My message to those Canadians is one I give every single day. It's time to get vaccinated.
There is a level of admiration that I actually have for Canada. Their basic dictatorship is allowing them to turn the economy around on a dime and say, we need to go green.
And I like these images. I'm just gonna. So I'm still waking up. So if you see me kind of off screen, I just want to do my hair, finish getting ready.
Good day. I'm Derek Hildebrandt, publisher of the Western Standard, and you're watching The Pipeline. Today is April 24th. We've got a great show coming up for you. I'm joined, as always, by Western Standard opinion editor Nigel Hannaford.
Good to be here.
And Western Standard senior Alberta columnist Corey Morgan.
Always thrilled to be here.
You know, we actually screwed up the beginning of the show earlier. We had a great little tete-a-tete going, but when you're just starting over again, you just you lose the flow.
Just can't recreate it.
It would just lack the magic. Okay, well, we've got a great show. We're going to be talking about Trudeau's war on the Constitution. More recently and specifically, his comments that if the provinces don't do what he wants them to do, he's just going to go around them into their areas of jurisdiction. We're going to be talking about those comments specifically, but also putting it in the broader context of his regular attack.
I don't know. StreamYard is just crashing. I'm sorry, this is bullshit. I might have to restart this whole thing. I don't know if it's my end or what.
Had a review conducted by doctors that agreed with the Kenney government, and no surprise, they agreed with the Kenney government. Well, Smith has appointed some doctors who did not agree with the Kenney government, and the media are shocked that these people might not agree with what the Kenney government did. And we're going to do an update on the NDP leadership race. There was a cutoff for the membership sales for those who could vote in the NDP leadership race. I'm
gonna keep playing with this. I know it's like this one's long. Actually, I might save that one till the end. This one is so sad. Yesterday I started out with happy things. Today this one's real disturbing. Like this is in Ireland and it's real bad.
Hi guys, I'm here today invited by the farmer that owns this slatted unit in a rural part of North Kerry. On hearing my incident with Sergeant Melanie Walsh, this farmer contacted me to highlight his case to the public to make farmers aware of what the Department of Agriculture and the Gardaí did to this man. This man had 15 positive reactors for tuberculosis. And a DVO clerk was sent out here to this farm, to this exact shed in this rural part of North Kerry to shoot 15 animals in this spot. With the result, they asked the farmer, 3.5 hours later it took to kill 15 animals. The farmer had to brush in the brains and the blood because it was splattered all over the yard here, all over the walls here and everything. And the ironic thing is there was 200 other animals here in this slatted unit when this massacre, in my opinion, took place. A neighbour has seen this. It saw it from their own front window, what was after happening in this exact spot. The Gardaí in Listowel have failed to do a criminal investigation into this because this should never have been allowed to happen in the first place. And then when the ironic thing is, the following morning, when the milk was collected here from about approximately 1,000 litres, it was sent to a food ingredient company. So you and I could have been either drinking or eating food produce from reactors of TB cattle. Then on a second retest, it took a further approximately 42 days for the department to come and take away the other approximately 32 animals that had reacted with TB. This has ruined and destroyed this farmer's livelihood for the next 2 and 3 generations coming up. His herd number is locked up. He's taken this matter now to the High Court, and he's now going to seek justice because this was an animal rights issue. Animals should never have been shot inside in this shed the way it happened. So look, keep posted to this because I'm going to keep you updated on how he gets on in the High Court now and how he gets on with the criminal investigation that the guards failed to investigate. In fact, one member of the Gardaí told him here in his own yard that this would be enough to close down the dairy industry in Ireland. This is absolutely corruption, in my opinion, at its best. And the people who shot these animals and the high-up members of the Department of Agriculture now and the Gardaí need to be, in my opinion, held accountable for destroying this man's family, this man's future. This man loved his land, and it is just shocking to see what's happening in rural Ireland to farmers who love their land and love their animals. So keep posted. I'll be back with updates. Gura míle maith.
Yeah. I don't know what's going on with StreamYard. It was doing this last night, and now I can't. I don't know. Bleh, everything's breaking. It's just like, oh my goodness. Yeah, I think I'm gonna need to do a little work on my computer. Like, I don't know if it's X or if it's me, but it could be something I said. It really could. Like, I don't know if I'm in jail again or I said something very offensive. I have it. I saved it. I wanted to share it. I did something that was so offensive. And I think it's, I believe in accountability to a community. So you'll see it coming up. But first, a message from our Supreme Leader. Isn't he glorious and handsome? And that hair, we know it's a wig, Justin, but, you rock it. You rock it. Hey, you're allowed to do it, Men are allowed to feel beautiful.
Ladies and gentlemen of Canada, esteemed subjects of the great Maple Kingdom, and loyal followers of the Castro regime, Trudeau regime, as your benevolent leader, I stand before you today to remind you of the incredible privilege it is to be ruled by such greatness. Yes, I'm talking about me, Justin Trudeau, your fearless leader and the supreme commander of all things Canadian. Now, I know some of you might be wondering, why should we bow down to Trudeau? Well, let me enlighten you. I am not just any leader. I am the epitome of greatness. My hair is perfectly coiffed, my socks are unmatched, and my charm could melt the polar ice caps faster than you can say Stephen Gilball. But enough about my flawless attributes. Let's talk about you, my dear subjects. You have the honor and privilege of living under my rule, and with that honor comes responsibility. You see, I have a few rules that I expect all of you to follow. Failure to comply will result in dire consequences, like having your bank accounts frozen faster than you can say Christia, Freeland. First and foremost, you must pay your carbon tax. Yes, I know it might seem like a burden, but trust me, it's for the greater good. And here's the best part. If you pay me your hard-earned money in carbon tax, I promise to give you back even more money. It's like a never-ending cycle of generosity from yours truly. I, your magnificent leader, Justin Trudeau, here to address your petty complaints and remind you of your place in my grand scheme of things. I've heard your incessant whining about the cost of living. Oh, it's hard to pay my bills. Oh, everything is so expensive, you cry. Well, stop it. Just be like me, born into wealth and privilege, and you'll be just fine. Honestly, have you seen criminals complaining?
Not easy, kids.
No. They know how to hustle. They understand that crime pays, and because I'm such a fair and compassionate leader, I let them go the next day. After all, who am I to judge? They're just trying to balance their budgets too. Now, on to more exciting matters. As your esteemed leader, I've decided it's time to invest in my future retirement. So, I'm planning to build a magnificent palace in Ukraine for myself and my Ukrainian advisor, Christia Freeland. And guess what? I'll be using your hard-earned tax money for the construction. I know you're all thrilled about this news. And if any of you dare to feel unhappy about it, just remember, the RCMP is always at my beck and call. They'll be more than happy to deal with any of your pesky concerns. So, my dear subjects, let's put an end to all this complaining and embrace the greatness of your leader. Remember, it's not about you, it's about me, Justin Trudeau, the epitome of leadership and grace. Now, some of you might call me a dictator for enforcing these rules, but let me assure you, I'm just an awesome leader looking out for the best interests of myself. And if that means making you pay up for the privilege of breathing clean air, then so be it. In conclusion, my fellow Canadians, remember who you're dealing with here. I am Justin Trudeau, the greatest leader in Canadian history, according to my mom, and I expect nothing but unwavering loyalty and obedience from all of you.
Oh gosh.
Disobey at your own peril. Thank you, and God save the Queen. I mean me. Thank me.
Everything's crashing. Oh my god, I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. Give me a second. Oh. No, I didn't have problems with this until made a couple jokes. I don't know if it's StreamYard or it's acting buggy lately. I might have to talk to them because is it me or is it my computer? I'm gonna have to just do an upgrade or something. I don't know. Today was a weird day. Today was a really weird day. I don't know what else to say. It was a weird day. It was cool. I talked to friends and it was good. Oh, and this is not the right blog now. Shit. Go back. It's not letting me go back. Oh, this is so annoying. Yeah, well, hey, you never know. You can plan and plan and plan, but when you go live and you think everything's set up, all of a sudden it's just not going to go. It is just going to crash and fall and everything, you just got to roll with the punches sometimes, Things are loading. That's an optimistic sign. No, they're not loading. This is really shitty. I'm so sorry. I don't know what to say. I'm trying. Oh my goodness, this is so annoying. Okay, there we are. Yeah, see, here is what I did. I know it's really offensive. But I said I was going to share it, apparently, yeah. Well, you know how Diagolon, like, if you're Canadian, you've heard about it. Justin Trudeau has his little panties in a twitch about it. So that is like my Diagolon fag. Oh, I'm sorry, Jeremy, but it's like, I was like, here, I remade it for you. Is this less offensive for you? Because I know the black and white, for a flag of a fake country, that was a meme of a time traveling plastic figurine of a goat who, yeah, he is the president of Diagolon. Yeah. Yeah, it does a lot of cocaine. I mean, yeah, it's basically the idea of instead of separating the country, east to west, just like make it from like Alaska to Florida. That's like it's a fucking internet meme, and it's Trudeau's nuts. Like, he just does not want any criticism. And I know the guy's like, obviously I bought the flag. So, I mean, the reason I did this is because Clyde do something. I really like the guy, great content. But when he started like in on them, and it's just like, dude, like, if you don't like him, don't watch him. But to lay in on them like Rachel Gilmore, it was just like, okay, dude, like, you know. And obviously, if I have a rainbow flag, like, the guys from Diagolon ain't swinging that way. But when I go on their streams, it's not like I am ever pushing a gay agenda. And I think that's what it is a lot. Like, it's just getting shoved in our throats. So if Diagolon is a reaction, here's like, it's a fucking. Yeah, because everything seemed to be running way better before I posted that obscene, absolutely obscene thing. Yay, I'm live again. Yay. Hi, X. I'm sorry. I was having tech issues. It's one of those nights. You saw the offensive thing I did. I repent. I know I shouldn't, I shouldn't do bad memes, we wouldn't want to, oh God, we would not want to offend our supreme dictator. Hail Trudeau. See, Kyle. Like, he's worried about them. Meanwhile, he invited a real Nazi into the House of Commons. And he did. Not he got the House Speaker to go along. Oh yeah. Terrifying moment. Car stashed with 1.5 million of cocaine explodes. That's a lot of cocaine. God, Trudeau would be like rolling around like, like making little snow angels. Like, we all thought Phil was bad, but he's a plastic goat, so he can party hard. Trudeau, you kind of want sober. We would all hope. Okay. It's not much longer. Like, I don't even know what the fuck they're doing. Like, oh, and I'm gonna have to get something to eat in a bit. Yeah. Yeah. Boom. Oh boy. Oh shit. Oh. Oh. Oh my god. Yeah. What do you even do? Because that wasn't theirs. Probably, so they had to answer to someone about that. I'm sure a lot of them probably just wish they blew up with the car. Like, how do you. Oopsie daisies. Sorry, boss. That shipment. Sorry, Trudeau. Like, it's going to be delayed. It's like everyone knows. Everyone knows he is.
Morning all. So it's 23rd, St George's Day. I'm off up into London for our celebration, and you guys are coming with me.
I love this
Let's get on
song.
the train.
London Calling. Might have to. Okay. I'm just gonna have to mute it for a minute. I don't want to strike. London Calling. Boys and girls.
So just arrived at Victoria a bit early, so I'm going to head off to Westminster Magistrates, see what's going on down there before meeting a few friends back here at Victoria around midday.
Nice age is coming, sun's moving in, meltdown is coming, weekdays go thin, and to start giving. I have no fear, London is burning.
So I am at Westminster Magistrates Court this morning as a few British patriots wait for the Tommy Robinson trial. How you doing?
Wrong button.
Decision. Hopefully it's all going to go his way. Plenty of police around. The amount of cars that are bibbing support as they drive by has not gone unnoticed. The weather's not so great today, but not as good as we'd hoped. We're just hoping that we get a real good turnout today, because the police have done a dirty. They cancelled the stage at the last minute, which is absolutely outrageous. When you think about Palestinian protesters have been allowed to get away with and what they've been allowed to erect in London and what they do every Saturday. As soon as a few English people want to put up a stage in London, the police deny it. What do you expect? And also the rumours were going around yesterday that the whole thing had been postponed or cancelled or whatever. So look, we're still hoping for a great turnout today. These are the first St George's crosses I've seen since arriving in London, along with our friends from Wales. Thank you very much. And yeah, hopefully it's going to be a great day. So I've just arrived in Westminster. Police everywhere. Atmosphere seems okay at the moment. There's a helicopter above. The old riot police there. And we're hearing, I haven't had any confirmation of it yet, but we're hearing that a lot of people have been stopped from getting here by the police, and that there may have been a little bit of provocation, which, let's be honest, wouldn't surprise us. Hopefully everything goes off all right. Today is St George's Day and we are here to celebrate. There's Big Ben. So we're back at Victoria after a wonderful day, no trouble whatsoever. Everyone was happy and in a good mood. I think there was a little bit of, not bother, but there was a bit of bad feeling earlier on in the day when the police tried to stop part of the crowd getting towards the celebration. I'm not sure if I actually managed to do that, but a quick word on the police. Look, no problems from them themselves on the day, but I've got to say, I've just seen the tweets that have come out from the Met that describe the police as expecting groups from the far right, etc. Listen, that's a statement from Sadiq Khan. Members of the far right, my absolute arse.
Yeah, I know.
I've done dozens and
does he
dozens
look
of
like
people
far
today
right?
that have
Do
come
I
over
look
and said
like
hello.
far right?
They're all in
Just
their
because we
50s,
want to stand up
60s.
for our
You know, they're all
countries and save
grandparents,
whatever is
parents,
left.
just
That doesn't
decent,
make us
ordinary
far
people.
right.
Just ordinary English people that have come here today to celebrate St George's Day, and the Met Police have the
like,
balls to describe us
Average
as
little
far right. It's
Canadian,
an absolute
and I've always been
disgrace.
considered actually
Absolute
more
disgrace.
left.
And they should
Funny
hang
how
their heads in shame.
now
They
these
should look at what they've
poor
actually
leftists,
written about us today
they're idiots. And
and understand why they're disliked. Right, let's get on that train back to Brighton. And I've got to tell you, apart from the celebration today, I have not seen not one single St George's flag in our capital city. Absolute shameful. So just on our way back to Brighton after a magnificent day. Yeah, it was really very humbling. Lovely to meet so many people that come up and said hello. Amazing. If you did come over and say hello during the day, thank you so much for that. Really appreciated. I'm with my son-in-law. We're on our way back to Brighton. Did you enjoy it, Aaron?
Yeah, I think it was a good day. Could have been a bit better turnout.
Well, this is the thing, Aaron, right? I've got a couple of things to say about that. First of all, there was a lot of older people there today. And when I say older, I'm talking in their 70s plus. You know, some...
Yeah, I told you the one about me, didn't I, that was squashed in between me and another guy.
Some real golden oldies have put themselves out to be there today. And I've got to be honest with you, it does make you wonder, where are the youngsters? You know, it's their future we're trying to secure, but they can't even be bothered to get themselves out. But look, it was a good turnout, particularly taking into account that the police...
And I feel like that too. Like, where are the kids? Oh, they're protesting anything but their countries. They are protesting their countries. If, like, I'm like, you're... Like, I just feel like these are spoiled, ungrateful little shits. Can I say that? When I see some of these protesters, I'm like, you're just entitled little bitches. You don't respect the Canadian flag. This guy, he's like talking about, yeah, old people like just wanted to come out, you know, and they're over at the other protesting for gay Gaza. Because that makes sense, right? Yeah, it really does.
Were less than helpful, to say the least. One guy we bumped into, he told the police, an inspector told him that, what did he say? He said
this is just a normal Tuesday or a normal
so almost
Tuesday.
denied that the event was going on. Didn't give him any directions.
I just asked where the rally was going to be, like, you know, Trafalgar Square or Westminster, we all meet up. And the bloke said to me, he's like an inspector, you know, in charge of that. And he said to me, what are you talking about? It's Monday, isn't it? Tuesday? What are you talking about?
The biggest disappointment for me today, having been there, seen it, been amongst the thick of it, and seeing how well everyone was behaviour-wise, the disgusting tweets that the Met Police have put out since, and more than anything, the disgusting 30-second video clip of all the videos they could have used today.
It's the usual thing, though, isn't it? They provoke people to a point they react, and that's the only footage they're going to get.
So from what I can gather, I wasn't there, but from what I can gather and what everyone's telling me is that a couple of hours before the event started, they kind of stopped people from getting to the event. Deliberately wound them up. There was a little bit of argy-bargy, nothing serious, but
It's understandable though, because
It's
if
frustration.
it happened to us,
People have come.
how we feel, we want to try and get to the event, and they're stopping us for no good reason at all. It's,
people have come from all over the country. Imagine if you've come down from the northeast and then you got the police saying you can't go any further. It's disgusting. And they've shown themselves up in their real light today because, you know, the thousands of people that attended, I never saw one bad moment, not one bit of bad behaviour. Yes, there was a little bit of, you know, argy-bargy, as I said, you know, a couple of hours before the event, but that was down to the police. And that's the video clip that they choose to, was it on their Twitter account?
yeah, it's on their Twitter.
Yeah, it's on their Twitter account. And then the statement they made beforehand, I'll try and pop it up on screen if I can, you know, warning about the so-called far right again, nonsense, you know. I mean, the only people I see there today, or the vast majority of people I see there, Darren, were 40 plus, would you say?
Yeah, I'd agree, yeah.
Yeah, easy 40 plus, and probably the average age would have been maybe even a bit older. A lot of ex-servicemen there, you know, just genuine, lovely people, ordinary Brits, you know, just fed up with the situation. But to see the way the police were, you know, behaving before, and then the tweet that they put out.
It's all done to provoke us, though, isn't it? That's what they want.
Absolutely.
To get good footage or coverage for tonight's news.
And that's probably the only bit of footage, despite the 2 or 3 hours we've had there today of perfect behaviour, no problems whatsoever. That 30-second clip, pretty much caused by the police in the first place, by not letting people get to where they were travelling to. That's the clip that the buggers will probably, you know, choose to use
tonight,
on the news tonight if they bother. No, I think it was a good day. I think it's just the start. People are waking up.
We need more people, especially my age as well, I think, to make an appearance and come up.
Yeah, there was definitely a lack of 20 and 30 somethings, although to be fair, a lot of them are at work. You know?
Yeah, no, I get that. But then again, it's an important day, isn't it?
It is an important
It's about
day.
the future. So.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, look, I'll put it like this, you know, our grandfathers, now great-grandfathers, well, they went off to places like France to fight in a war. You know, a day off by comparison, the day off of work is nothing, you know. So
yeah,
it is what it is. But big congratulations to everyone that did put themselves out and went along. Thank you for turning up. It was great.
And well done for you for getting up on the stage and giving your speech. That was good.
Oh, mate, I hate doing that. Do you know what? For someone that has a lot to say on camera, I'm only looking at my own ugly mug then. I'm not looking at other people's, you know. So I'm not really one for public speaking, but...
no, it's good. Good.
Right, guys, back to Brighton and another sea with no St George's flags. Thanks for watching.
Oh, wow. Sometimes Quora is turning into the new Reddit. I just swear. I sometimes, like, I'll see something and I'm like, I really just shouldn't have read that. Really wish I didn't. Would have been a good thing. I could have gone the rest of my life without reading that answer.
Traditional detention and
Alexis.
what effect it may have on people, but I imagine it's a tool that most jailers need to protect not only the population of prisoners, but probably the individual itself. But in terms of ICE detention, that 1% of the people detained, according to the GAO, are put in such conditions. What I want to point out to the American people, there is no detention, effective detention, when it comes to legal immigrants coming to our border. There are about 40,000 bed spaces, and we're talking 3 million encounters. The catch and release program is just one of the greatest pull factors.
Yeah,
80-something
it's not
percent of
working
the
in
people
Canada.
in a alternative detention program never show up. So really, I think the problem America faces from detention is the lack of it when it comes to people coming across our border. And the price of this policy by the Biden administration is pretty darn high. The Ibarra case, the gentleman accused of killing Miss Riley in Georgia, apprehended in September 22, released on parole, 23, charged with crime in New York. October 23rd, charged with stealing from Walmart, and now faces charges of killing Miss Riley. This is one example of a parole catch and release program completely out of control.
Sounds like Canada.
You probably saw the example of a couple of cops being beaten up by a gang of thugs. All of those people, for the most part, were supposed to be in ICE detention in New York, didn't detain them, and they are out on the streets beating up cops, and they run to California. Encounters in FY 23, 2.5 million. We're on track now to do over 3 million at the rate we're going. And again, there's 40,000 bed spaces. So, Mr. Chairman, I would suggest we have a hearing about the effect of fentanyl on the country. We're the only committee really of jurisdiction that hasn't had a hearing about fentanyl. I suggest we have a hearing about the catch and release phenomenon that's leading to Americans being killed and injured from policies that totally out of control. When it came to Mr. Barra, I asked a question: on what basis was he paroled? Under the law, you can only be paroled for two specific reasons. If you have a unique humanitarian need or you have a particular benefit to the country. An individual analysis. We got the report back. Do we have it? The analysis of why he's paroled. Do you have his parole file? I'm going to introduce that in the record. Now, I'd like unanimous consent to introduce the actual document in his case. There's absolutely no indication of why he was paroled. There's no indication anybody did an individual analysis as required by law, just says the guy was paroled. This is a symptom of a greater problem. And Mr. Chairman, I think what we need to be talking about more robustly than we are is the effect on the American people of having a catch and release program with no limits. Thank you.
Senator Graham, we've had oversight hearings for all of the law enforcement agencies responsible for fentanyl.
Yeah, that actually, I've listened to the whole hearing. I listened to so many of them. Although I kind of listen to them when I'm sleeping, but I'm sure a lot of Americans do as well. I don't know. They're like soothing for some reason. It's like if I can't sleep, I'll put one on. It's like perfect. I still hear it, but
the news that has set the senior community abuzz is the momentous announcement by Minister of Seniors Seamus O'Regan following his pivotal meeting with the Canada Revenue Agency.
I think they brought
in a move that could redefine retirement security. The federal government has unveiled a substantial increase to old age security (OAS) payments, providing a vital lifeline amidst the economic turbulence. According to the announcement, the monthly OAS payments will soar to an unprecedented $1,500, a significant uplift from the current levels. But that's not all. In a remarkable display of empathy and urgency,
like in Victoria,
the government has pledged to provide an additional $400 to seniors this month alone. This extraordinary one-time payment is set to be deposited directly into their bank accounts, potentially as early as May 1st, offering immediate financial reprieve. For countless seniors grappling with escalating costs of groceries, utilities, and healthcare, this influx of funds could not have come at a better time. The increased OAS payments promise to alleviate the burden of inflation, allowing them to maintain their standard of living and access the necessary resources for a dignified retirement. If you're a viewer who cares about the well-being of our seniors, now is the time to show your support by liking and sharing this video far and wide.
Like, we would actually be better financially if they didn't take this out of our paychecks and we had the power to take that money and put it into our own investments. I have been going through like anything I can find about it, and the way the numbers seem to be going, we would actually have, if we didn't pay into this Canadian pension plan, we would actually, the average, middle class Canadian could actually retire with 20 to 42% more than we are getting from the government. Like, and also this is just a baseline. Like, oh, well, we all expected you to save up and do your retirement, but, we're going to just give this little bits to you in chunks. Like, no, people paid into the system and it all seems so good, but it's such a scam when our leaders, they ain't suffering.
Wide. Together, we can raise
Like,
awareness
Christine
about this
Freeland
crucial
has,
issue
what,
that
5
impacts millions
posts?
of retirees nationwide.
Plus her one
Who
in
among you will like
Toronto?
this video? I will
I
pray
think
for
she
them
has
that they
2,
and their loved
like,
ones receive
houses
the
in
increased
Canada. The
benefits
rest are
swiftly,
overseas.
alleviating their
There's
financial
a woman
burdens.
who's
Remember,
has to
your
cancel her
engagement with
Disney
this content
Plus.
plays a vital role in amplifying the
All the
voices
rest
of
of us
those who have
peasants
dedicated
do.
their lives to building the Canada we know today. Like, share, and encourage others to do the same for the upliftment of our cherished senior community. The profound impact of this payment increase cannot be overstated. For many seniors, it could mean the difference between struggling to make ends meet and enjoying a comfortable retirement. Imagine the relief of being able to afford nutritious meals.
And I think I'm going to just stop this because I have another one, a more recent one, that it seemed like it's only going to be like 9 grand or something. I don't even know. I don't. Yeah. They're all just crying. Oh, you hurt our feelings. Don't call me Climate Barbie. That's mean. Oh, this will be perfect.
I have not had,
Sorry, my
had
artwork.
those
I'm
discussions,
trying to
but social
multitask.
media platforms have a responsibility to make sure that misinformation isn't got out there. I noticed today, for example, on the way up here, they've removed various sites that were up containing fake images of myself superimposed on other people. That's the sort of thing that is going on social media. Social media has
It's
a
been going
responsibility
on since
to
the
do the right
time
thing
of
here.
the pyramids.
I'm going to give you about 48 hours.
It's not like we just
to delete
invented
this.
memes and satire. No, it's actually, if you're in politics, this is what happens to you. In Rome, it used to be a tribute. Like satire, yes, you were critiquing it, but if you weren't getting satire, like it was almost just as offensive.
Turning to provincial politics, the Ford government
Well,
says
'cause
it
they
will
don't
do
have
away
doctors.
with 6-note requirements for employees for short absences. The province says it's part of a larger effort to ease the administrative burden on doctors. Legislation will soon be introduced that will no longer allow employers to require a sick note from a doctor for the 3 days of sick leave workers are entitled to under provincial law. An employee will instead be able to give employers an attestation or a receipt for over-the-counter medication. Health Minister Sylvia Jones says they are also expanding a pilot program that allows doctors to use artificial intelligence
Come on, baby, you
to
want
take
to talk
notes
to
of
me?
conversations with
We're friends,
parents.
right?
As part of our
Not 'cause
government's
I didn't
Patients
play with
Before
it more
Paperwork
today.
initiative, we have already taken action to axe the facts, to speed up diagnosis, referrals, and treatments. We've expanded e-services to digitize more referral and consultation forms so that they can be conveniently shared electronically.
Yeah, and how?
And to improve the e-form
With all your
platform
medical,
to make it more
like,
convenient
it's
for
out there
providers
before.
to autofill and share forms, freeing up as much as 95,000 hours per year.
Jones says she will have more announcements to make to streamline healthcare as soon as the province is done negotiating with the Ontario Medical Association. Meantime, the Ontario College of Family Physicians is praising the axing of the doctor's notes.
One of the things that family doctors are struggling with right now in Ontario, and I would argue across Canada, is the administrative burden. In Ontario,
And I
there's been
know,
a study to
I'll
show that we spend about
go do this
19 hours
once again.
on administrative work every week, and that's when we're not in front of the patient. So it's almost 2 days of
And
work on top of
like
seeing
tomorrow,
patients, which
and
is
it
really
will
what we're
not work.
trained to do and what we really
Not
like
work
to
the
do,
same.
is to take care of patients. So I think eliminating this sick note does a few things for us.
Speaking on behalf of the college, Dr. Alan Grill says eliminating the notes frees up family doctor resources, removes a cost for patients that isn't covered by OHIP, and allows those patients without family doctors to no longer have to worry about getting a note from a
Yeah, that's
walk-in
what
or an
I've been going
emergency room.
into. Like literally, like it takes, I've been dealing with it for months, just trying to get like a basic sick note for EI. And it's like, now it's sick. Like it's dehumanizing. Like it makes you feel like, am I just human garbage? Like, hey, where's the maid hotline? It's easier to get that than the doctor. That's how fucked up Canada is.
Grill says more needs to be done to free up family doctors to focus on treating patients, including a centralized referral system and computer automated note-taking.
Well, oh God, this is funny.
Before the Word of God was open, there was a platform. In front of that was a man
I love
with his shirt off,
in the morning.
like a woman
Like,
does, in front of a pole.
he has a
and
great
stripped
channel, and
He swallowed a sword, and Jesus
girl.
corrected
It's
me.
just like,
Pastor John, I'll
yeah,
receive
they're
Whoa, holy
time
Christian
and
conflict.
place.
Pastor
Time
John
and
Lindell
place.
is having a men's conference. Then he kicks off stage Pastor Mark Driscoll because Mark called John out for having a male stripper at the men's conference. Who's right? Who's wrong? Let's get into it.
Yeah,
Welcome back to the JP React Channel, my beautiful, freedom-loving friend, where we like to call out the lies, hypocrisy, and corruption of tyrants and Satan, shine the light of awareness on woke absurdities, and we do highlight the amazing work of other freedom fighters. Now, I think some of the most
I'm
important
actually
freedom
working on
fighters
a
in our
video
world
for
today are
Valentine's Day
Christians
next year.
doing actual Christian things. Not
That's how
posing
long
as
some of these
Christians or trying to
like
hide under that
plans
role while they just go about doing like
Because
normal
it's like such
degenerate
a long
stuff.
song.
But real Christians doing real Christian things. And that's why I think this video
And
is so interesting. Cutting to the Twitter post
I
of
need to go back
Colin
over
Rugg.
some of my old
Great summary. Then we're going to take a look
original
at the
photos.
actual footage
just 'cause
on stage of Mark Driscoll getting kicked off.
They were so cute.
And then John Lindell, who kicked him off, faces an angry crowd. Pastor Mark Driscoll was kicked off
I
stage
can't wait
at
to
a
do
men's
it. I
conference
don't even
after
want
he
to give it
calls
away
out
yet.
Pastor John Lindell for allowing a demonstration from a male stripper. The incident happened at the Stronger Men's Conference in Springfield, Missouri. After Vegas stripper and
That's how
sword
you do a
swallower
men's
Alex
conference,
Magala
right,
did a performance
boys?
with his shirt off, Driscoll got on stage and condemned the performance. Probably not too surprising. Lindell
No,
then
it
told
is like-
Driscoll he was out of line
It's a men's conference
and kicked him off
for
stage
Christian
while
men.
citing Matthew 18.
Probably a little
Bizarre. Now, before we get to the pastoral conflict, let's take a quick look at some of the footage of this male stripper who was kind of stripping, but the biggest thing here is he is a Vegas stripper. He wasn't doing full stripping, but you'll see why is this guy at a Christian men's conference.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, Christian men's conference. It's a Vegas stripper. And then later on in the conference, not too sure on the timing, Pastor Mark Driscoll
comes up. He's going to give a talk. Now, earlier in this talk, right before the footage you're about to see that gets to him calling out the performance, and I'm going to play it all because he's nuanced in why this performance was not so good. But he had been talking about transgenderism and how that's the work of Satan, which led him right into this.
We're going to talk about how to be an Elijah and how to deal with Ahab and Jezebel. But let me do this. I've been up since 1 o'clock in the morning. The reason I'm hoarse is I have been praying for you, and my heart is very burdened for you.
Because apparently the day before is the stripper happening, which he believes is satanic. I don't necessarily
I don't get it either.
And I want to be very careful with this, and it's not what I want to say, but the Jezebel spirit has already been here. The Jezebel spirit opened our event. This is a rebuke and a correction of no one. This is an observation. Before the Word of God was open, there was a platform. It was a high place. On it was an ashram.
So keep in mind, he's not saying like, what happened was a bunch of crap and John Lindel's an idiot. He's giving a very nuanced Christian perspective about how this was ungodly. We like nuances.
Yeah, you
as
kind
freethinkers,
of
don't we?
want to start with
same thing
the
that's used in
prayer
a strip
circle,
club for women
not
who have the Jezebel spirit to seduce men. In front of that was a man who ripped his shirt off like a woman does in front of a pole at a strip club.
Yeah, this is like a fucking you don't do that in church. Like,
you'll hear it's not going to be
Christian event.
loudly audible, but it'll be
It just
John
seems
Lindell
weird for
yelling at him. That's
are you
enough.
doing
Get off
like
the
if it was a
then
gay men's Christian retreat, this would be totally okay for me. But for a regular Christian, it's like
See, our God is not arrogant. He doesn't
when
us
you
like our soul.
want
He's
someone like
and then he swallowed a sword.
And there you could just hear John Lindell yelling, "You're out of line, Mark." Play that again.
And then he swallowed a sword. And Jesus cried, okay, Pastor John, I'll receive that.
Lindell just said, "You're done."
Thank you.
Now, he was just sharing a nuanced Christian perspective about the male stripper event. You saw some of the footage here. Now, I have to say, like, for any kind of men's conference, why would an organizer have that? That's not necessarily the best choice. And for a Christian men's conference, you really got to second guess that choice. So seemingly the audience was quite on board. Now, Pastor Lindell, who organized the male stripper to come in, he's about to take the stage after he kicks off Mark Lindell, that audience was just resonating. Watch the reaction of the audience when John Lindell takes the stage. Not too happy. It's John Lindell. Give me a mic.
Wow.
Some of the crowd, as you can hear, are yelling at him, "Get off the platform, Lindell." Now, you just got to put yourself in this Pastor John Lindell's shoes for a second. He organized this conference. It's huge. There's thousands of people there. An audience was just really resonating with obviously a good-hearted person, Mark Driscoll. John Lindell kicks him off the stage. So much of the audience has turned on him. There's thousands of people that have turned on him. They've paid money to be at this event. You gotta imagine what was John Lindell feeling at this moment. And you'll see him work hard to recover the audience. Doesn't do a half-bad job. I don't think he does a complete job, but take a look. We'll get back to solving the world's problems in a second. But first, maybe like you, I work hard and I have my share of stresses, but I want to feel great and rebound from what life throws at me. And I'm happy to say that that an absolute gem I found to help me accomplish that is Bond Charge's red light therapy products. You can see me here in front of the Supermax red light panel. And no one does it better than Bond Charge, a holistic wellness company that offers a huge range of evidence-based products to help you optimize your life in every way. Now I do my morning stretches in front of the Supermax because I notice I get elevated energy, a relief of stress, and a reduction of aches and pains. Other problems that red light therapy helps with are sleep, wrinkles, sore muscles, and arthritis, amongst many others. In fact, red light's anti-aging effects on the skin are so profound that, given I just turned 43, I'm now using the red light face mask to help me turn back the clock a little bit. To upgrade how you feel and function, bring red light therapy into your life. Go to bondcharge.com/JPReacts and use the discount code JPReacts to save 15% on everything Bond Charge offers. That's bondcharge.com/JPReacts. Back to the show. By the way, he's probably pooping himself right now.
If Mark wanted to say that, he should have said it to me first. He didn't. Matthew 18. Matthew 18. If your brother offends you, go to him privately. I talked to Mark for a half hour. There was not one word of that. He's out of line. If he wanted to say it, he can say it to me. You may not agree with me. You may not agree with him. But we are brothers in Christ.
Now, with a skeptical mind that I like to have about everything because I like to do my best to be a free thinker, him saying, hey, Matthew 18, you handle things privately, we're brothers in Christ. Was he being authentic with using the Christian vernacular, justifying him kicking him off the
Not
stage?
really.
Or is this all ego? Is it his ego using Christian vernacular to cover for his own egotistical ways? What do I mean by that? Mark Driscoll was just on stage basically calling out in a nuanced way how what just happened at the conference the day before, male stripper that John Lindell had up there. It was very unchristian-like, gave you nuanced rationalizations for that.
Yeah.
The guy who organized not only the conference, but that stripper guy to come in, you gotta think, what does his ego feel like? And then he kicks him off the stage. Now the whole crowd is booing. Some of them are yelling, get off the stage, Lindell. Now what's his ego feeling like? So my skeptical mind certainly isn't sure, but I question, is he using the Christian vernacular? Hey, we're brothers in Christ, Matthew 18, authentically or egotistically? Now watch this other clip, varietal, filmed by someone else in the audience. You get a different audio perspective of what the audience is saying. So they're chanting.
And that's the event organizer.
Watch John Lindell pick up here. You know, his Christian rationalizations, again, authentic or egotistical. You be the judge. Let me know in the comments below. And then we'll hear John Lindell start to win at least some of the audience back. Watch how it goes. Which, by the way, how egotistical does that sound? Mark was out of line. Well, that's not a Bible verse.
Well,
if your brother offends you, go to him privately.
and everyone thinks church is boring. Oh no, it's actually. That's where I go.
By the way, he sounds very authoritarian, right? Like his tonality is not a good look right now.
You may not agree with me, you may not agree with him, but we are brothers in Christ.
Okay, who else is thinking of like South Park and Cartman? Like, you will accept my authority. Like this. It's like that. It's hilarious. Sorry.
And there's a right way to handle disagreement.
Okay, he's getting a few claps.
And I'm just telling you, I'm not going to sit back and watch somebody do publicly what they should have done privately. And as a pastor and a man of God, I'll call another man of God out.
As a pastor and as a man of God, any quote-unquote holy person, we have to have an open, skeptical mind. So many horrible people have used those similar rationalizations to do
Yeah.
horrible things. A horrible person disguised as a godly person doing
Sounds like Trudeau.
horrible
It
things.
really
I
does.
put no blind faith in any
Sounds like
religious person.
exactly how
Listen to
Trudeau
nuances, but
treats
we've just seen time and time again the
taxpayers.
devil can masquerade as an angel
As
in disguise.
peasants.
Egos can hide beneath very convenient looking hiding spots. I'm a pastor and I'm a man of God. Now, I'm not necessarily saying John Lindell is being purely egotistic. There's definitely some ego, that's for sure. But I'm not necessarily saying he's purely in the wrong. So getting to who was in the right, who was in the wrong. Now, there's some rights here and there's some wrongs here on both sides as I see it. And as I go through mine, let me know your perspectives in the comments below because I want to know. First off, on the wrongs, I think it was a pretty wrong choice to have any kind of stripper at a Christian men's conference. So that's one wrong for John Lindell. Then John Lindell makes a good point. He says, I talked to Mark for half an hour. He didn't say any of this to me privately. Then quotes Matthew 18, don't do it publicly, say it privately. I think Mark Driscoll gets a wrong there. I'm not saying he shouldn't have said it on stage. I think that was...
I can understand that, but I think a lot of the audience, like when he said it, that was a red pill moment. Because they were probably they probably felt uncomfortable. A lot of them said something, but they wouldn't publicly. And sometimes, I'm sorry, it's a Christian men's conference. If it was a gay Christian men's conference, totally. But those two Christian communities don't really get along together. No.
It was actually very powerful, and you could hear it resonated with the audience. I'm guessing a majority of the audience probably felt the same way Mark did. Mark was just giving them voice to express what weren't able to express because people in the audience don't have a microphone. So I do think it was right that Mark Driscoll said it on stage. It was big, it was bold, it was brave. Was it somewhat disrespectful to John Lindell? Yeah, but remember, first wrong was John Lindell. But the fact that Mark didn't talk to Pastor John about this privately first, I think Mark Driscoll probably in the wrong there. Then when it comes to kicking seemingly a beloved pastor, Mark Driscoll, off the stage at a men's conference, literally censoring him because he was saying things that hurt John Lindell's ego, I think that's wrong. So when you add up the wrongs, one wrong for Mark Driscoll, two wrongs for John Lindell. Therefore, I think Mark Driscoll wins that game. And when it comes to rights, he had right perspective, his experience of the male stripper as it relates from a Christian nuanced perspective. Yeah, those were right perspectives. I think he was right for giving it voice. John Lindell, I think he was right. This should have been talked about privately first. I wouldn't say exclusively privately, but at least privately first. So when you add up the rights and wrongs, if I had to pick a side, I would pick the side of Mark Driscoll. I think all of this is much less of a good look for Pastor John Lindell and much more of a good look for Pastor Mark Driscoll. Christian conflict. You got to sort out the good thoughts from the bad thoughts. And let's not forget, whether you're a Christian or whatever your belief system is, religious system, spiritual system, let's not forget those aren't hiding spots for us to absolve ourselves of self-responsibility for our character. We have to be accountable. And the reason why I'm looking at this video is because these two humans are humans first. They need to be accountable. Apparently, they do their best to bring the message of God to the world, but we have to question the messenger before we just finally accept the message. Otherwise, we are just being sheep to different people than the tyrants. Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Look forward to reading them and look forward to talking with you on our next video.
I like that one. I mean, well, good or bad, I like all these clips, or I wouldn't pull them up. But I know that just seemed like a lot of cringe for a Christian event. I think we can all agree on that. And he is really good in the House of
Questions
Like,
and comments, the honourable member for Surrey Newton. Mr. Speaker, I would like to commend
Yes, like
the honourable
really
member
good.
from Edmonton Millwoods for bringing
Not
this,
this guy,
this
the
bill
other
forward.
guy.
Mr.
This
Speaker,
guy kind of
you know,
sucks.
when it comes to extortion,
Sorry, everyone in the Liberal
BC
Party
is
sucks.
also, you know, one of the provinces that he mentioned. In fact, Mr. Speaker, all orders of the government, irrespective what the political stripe is, and all the police forces in Canada have to come together to find a smart and tough solution to deal with these situations. Just wondered if the honourable member will agree that we, not only as one party, but in fact, irrespective what the political stripe is, and all orders of the government and all the police forces have to come together to find a smart and tough solution to deal with this situation.
The honourable member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Mr. Speaker, it's nice to say that we all need to come together and find a solution, but the fact is that member is a part of this government that brought in Bill C-75 and C-5, which makes it easier for violent criminals to get back out onto the streets and terrorize the same communities that they come from. If you talk to police officers right across the country, they will tell you that they are arresting criminals in the morning and they're being released by later that day. That member and that government had the power to keep criminals in jail. They chose their ideological ways, soft on crime policies, and allowing these criminals back on the streets. Mr. Speaker, only conservatives will put criminals behind bars, jail, not bail.
That's exactly right.
Question commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Souk. I'm gonna get mixed up every time here and make sure.
Alphabetical. Esquimalt, Sanik,
Souk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once
Okay.
again, we have.
Oh,
concerns
it's
bringing
Randy.
forward a
Okay,
bill
let
that
me
calls for
explain
opposing
something about
mandatory-
this man. His office is right across the street from him. I don't really think he goes there. I know but I never really see him in the House of Commons either. I don't know what he does. He just sort of pops up like one of those, like, you know, NPC characters, you know, like, I'm gonna ruin your life now. It's like, what? Who the fuck are you? You didn't even. And he's trying to say we had 4 carjackings, car invasions. Like, I don't know if he notices, like, if he ever showed up at the office, he could see, like, the shopping carts go by and all the needles and crack pipes. Here is the NDP. Like, I guess if he showed up at the office, he could actually take a look around the neighborhood and maybe try and clean it up. But no, usually he's just on his yacht with his boyfriend. So, oh, and he really likes grooming kids. Like, he's totally about the puberty blockers and everything. It's kind of cringe. And also, well, he voted for the Emergency Act. So I think if the Emergency Act was deemed illegal, why aren't these people in jail or removed from office? Because they are criminals. This man is a criminal. And sadly, I voted for him. And I've told him, I will not vote for you again. I'm not going to do anything to your office. You're my neighbor. But I will trash talk you and I will never vote for you again. And the NDP is fucking done as a party. After Jagmeet, after this man, after this coalition with the Liberals, they're fucked. They're done. There'll be little woke pockets like Victoria where they'll keep their little stronghold of woke Nazism. But, you know, and they destroyed the party. The NDP did not used to be like this. They used to be the working class party. You know, farmers, oil rig, you know, like the party for the trades. And now it's like the party for Jagmeet Singh to get rich, who really, another one who deserves, you know.
For minimum penalties. And I'm wondering what evidence they have in describing this as a tool that mandatory minimums actually work as a deterrent. Because as a former criminal justice instructor, I can cite you stacks of information
that
If
show
I
that
was his
mandatory minimums
student, I'd
have
want a
absolutely
refund.
no deterrent effect.
Like, this is
The honourable
what an
member for
idiot.
Edmonton
He is
Millwoods.
such a fucking moron.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the fact of the matter is that since this government has been in power in the last 9 years, and they brought in policies that NDP member and the NDP and Liberal government have brought in, these soft on crime policies, crime has gone up. Every statistic across the country with violent crime has gone up. We have made a commitment to Canadians that we will put these criminals behind bars. And Mr. Speaker, a repeat violent offender who's behind bars cannot go out and commit crimes again because they're in jail.
Exactly.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank and commend my colleague and the Deputy Leader of the Conservative Party for his leadership on prioritizing victims, not offenders, but prioritizing victims. I'm wondering if he could share about how the scales need to be tipped back to ensure that it's victims and their rights that are protected at a time when we see crime running rampant on the streets of this country.
The honourable member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for this question.
Like,
He's
just
right.
the
We
level
have
of
to,
absolute
take the
stupidity.
side of victims right across the
It's
country. I
shocking.
continue to meet with so many victims
No
who
words.
are just lost for words. They're they what can they do to protect their families? Many of them are new Canadians who came to this country expecting a better future, and they feel that they can't do anything.
No.
Many of them, those that their vehicles are being stolen, nothing that they can do. Those that have been involved in violent crime, nothing they can do. They actually see the same person who committed those crimes back out on the streets, Mr. Speaker. Canadians feel helpless.
We deserve
Canadians
better.
need help. Canadians need a government that will stand up for them and protect them, and Conservatives will do that.
Well, time will tell. I really want to believe that, it just, I didn't I didn't like Harper, but I was sort of indifferent just because I was like, ooh, I don't like conservatives. I'm so like progressive, And there's only one thing he really did that pissed me off. Well, there's a few things, but compared to Trudeau, it's just, we were so better off. If you're useless and you know it, clap your hands. Yes. Sniffy Joe. Oh boy, yeah. He's just unhinged. Like, this is not a sane human being anymore. Every day it's just like, oh, you ever have that friend and then it's like, it's just embarrassing. You try and tell them, but it's like, well, dude, you actually I understand you got a problem, but you kind of crashed into my mailbox last night. Yeah. And then yelled down the street and kicked my dog. Can you tone it down a bit? Oh, I don't have a cocaine problem. What was the question? No, I'm Trudeau. Sorry, it's just so bad. It's so embarrassing. This man is so unhinged. Even my mom, who used to like him, is like, yeah, I don't like.
Also, when he refuses to condemn and reject the endorsement of Alex Jones. Alex Jones is a proven liar and conspiracy theorist.
He's not an evil guy. He's just a guy who's had some psychotic breaks in his life. He's had some genuine mental health issues that he's addressed.
Clinton Jaws, I was watching Trudeau today because you have to. Every time he
We're
talks, there's some
forced
kind of
to.
nugget that he throws out, and you're just like, did you really say that? And he does it again. He's got a bunch of liberals standing behind him. I don't know where he's at. Who cares? And he's talking about climate change and dentistry.
Mhm.
And he starts beating up on Alex Jones. Goes on a big rant about Polyev and Alex Jones. And you got to hear the next question after that he's asked. Because he completely changes his tune.
Your opponent was photographed posing with anti-carbon tax protesters flying F. Trudeau flags in that in the video, Pierre Polyev is heard saying that you are a liar and everything you say is, quote, bullshit. Can we get your response, please?
Just throws it out there. I'm like, what? And by the way, did Polyev, you didn't say that, did you?
Everyone hates the tax.
Yeah.
Because everyone's been screwed over, right?
Oh,
People believed his lies. Everything he said was bullshit.
Mhm.
Top to bottom. Everything he said. He was going to help the middle class.
So in other words, he told the truth. Listen to what Trudeau says.
Every politician has to make choices about what kind of leader they want to be.
Yeah, what kind?
Are they a kind of leader that is going to exacerbate divisions, fears? And
everybody's in fear of you. You scare the hell out of me every day. You're trying to take my channel down.
Personal attacks.
Personal attacks.
And welcome the support of conspiracy theorists and extremists, because that's exactly what Pierre Polyev continues to do, not just when you see him engaging with members of Diagolon,
I don't even know what the hell that
but
means.
also when he refuses to condemn and
like this is hi Keishan. Oh god, Diagolon isn't real. It was an internet meme. It is a fake country that goes from Alaska to Florida, run by a time traveling plastic figurine of a goat. That is who runs Diagolon. Yeah, it is a plastic figurine. Like it's not a real thing, Justin. Like, holy shit, do another rail. Like, just let maybe an adult take over. Because it's not real, but he's wasted so much tax dollars on this.
reject the endorsement of Alex Jones. Alex Jones is a proven liar and conspiracy theorist who has to pay hundreds of millions of dollars because he lied about the Sandy Hook killing that killed 20 little kids.
Alex Jones is a liar. He's a disturbing individual, is what he's saying. He's terrible. He's one of the worst kinds. But what he doesn't say is that Alex Jones suffers from mental illness. Are you against people that suffer from mental illness? Are you against people that have a tough time, that suffer, who can't cope? I thought we were all about mental illness nowadays. I thought you were supposed to be an advocate. Suffers from mental illness, and Trudeau beats up on him. This is what Rogan said about Alex Jones.
Look at the way people look at Alex Jones now, because Alex Jones has been on my podcast a few times.
Yeah, how do they, which direction?
The people that have watched those podcasts think he's hilarious. And they think that he definitely fucked up with that whole Sandy Hook thing. But he's right more than he's wrong. And he's not an evil guy. He's just a guy who's had some psychotic breaks in his life. He's had some genuine mental health issues that he's addressed. He's had some serious bouts of alcoholism, some serious bouts of, substance abuse, and they've contributed to some very poor thinking. But if you know the guy, if you get to know him like I have, I've known him for more than 20 years. And if you know him on podcasts, you realize like he is genuinely trying to unearth some things that are.
Yeah, and Pierre didn't ask for his endorsement. It's like, I could have the worst person, like Justin Trudeau could come and say, oh, I really like Cryptameria. That doesn't mean I like him or support his opinions. If he likes me, that is probably, I don't know. I don't know if I'd sleep well at night. I already don't.
That are genuinely disturbing for most people.
This is the kind of man who's saying Pierre Polyev has the right ideas to bring the country towards the right, towards conspiracy theories, towards extremism, towards polarization, towards the kind of lies that Alex Jones is peddling still. So the fact that Pierre Polyev hasn't stood up to condemn that endorsement, the fact that he continues
they all blur together
to encourage the kind of divisive
shows that Polyev understands mental illness. Something like that, right? Is Alex Jones not allowed his opinion? I'm a big believer on anybody could say anything they want. Okay? Of course, Polyev has no problem that Alex Jones supports him, but that's all he's got. That's all he's got. That's his only weapon. Oh, Alex Jones.
Really shows that he will do anything.
What has he done?
To win. Anything to torque up negativity and fear.
Now you heard all that. Listen to the next question, guys. You heard what he just said. Listen closely to this. Listen to how he answers it.
There are Canadians that agree with Mr. Polyev and are angry at you. What do you say to the Canadians who agree with him and not you?
We're a democracy where people get to express themselves and vote however they choose.
Unless you're Alex Jones. What a tool.
I know, it's so ridiculous. Like, are you kidding me? Like, hi, Trudeau, like, we got bigger problems, right? By the way, how's that ArriveCan money refund going? And all the other little subcontractors, buddies you gave money to. Oh, by the way, why did they want to get rid of the pig farm evidence? I don't know. You see, rumor has it, and this is just an unconfirmed rumor, but our little soy boy used to like partying at the farm.
You're not going to believe what is in Lululemon clothing. There are multiple harmful chemicals in Lululemon leggings, sports bras, and shorts that are
You're
affecting
bad
the fertility
man.
and the
You're
hormones
bad
of both
man,
men
yes.
and women. I'm going to
How
go into
dare you take
Lululemon
away
and
my
break it all
leggings?
down for you. And Mike get kicked out.
I
We'll
don't-
see. But this
I
is
don't. I
important
like
information
old
you
school
need to know
Lulu
about,
before
because I know you got
they
some of this on your
got
privates.
so big and subcontracted to
And that's a bad
China.
thing. Let's go. If you guys had any questions about the harms of these chemicals, you can see that these mannequins are full of harmful chemicals, clearly having endocrine disruption. All right, I'm joking. Let's go talk about it.
No, I might be.
Let's start with
Like, Lulu used to be good. I still have my hoodie, that green one I wore last night. It's like, oh God, that's, when did I get that? Like, oh, it's almost 10 years old. Like, it's held up that well. I have a black one as well. Like, I look for the older ones and the older, like, tops just because they were made of better stuff. As soon as I went to China, you're paying the same price for less quality, but it's so global, and it's something I consider as a designer. Like, if you really got big, is it worth it to go to China, or is it worth it more to bring up your cost, but keep it local? So, and I think too, like, a lot of times, it's easier to move 10 guitars at $300 than one guitar at 3,000. But sometimes as an artist, I think, well, what is your time worth? What is it worth to you? And going to China, like, it didn't help Vancouver any. Like, they still have a plant there, but it's not. All of that industry could have been local and really made Lulu a true Canadian brand. Meanwhile, it's like a fake Canadian. Oh, we subcontract to China. We could do this here. Why aren't we doing this here? Like, they sold out. I
with
still love
the
you,
worst of the
Lulu.
bunch. I'm going to show you guys Lululemon
This is
leggings.
like a really
There
a girl
have
thing.
been studies that
Yes,
show that the
it's
leggings
actually
from Lululemon contain PFAs, forever chemicals,
right
in the
about
leggings.
your girly
And these are
parts. Isn't
concentrated
this
in
wonderful?
the crotch region of the leggings. I've heard from a lot of my friends who are ladies that a lot of ladies don't wear underwear with the leggings. So this is even worse. So you've got leggings that are made from polyester, which isn't a great thing because it's a synthetic plastic clothing.
Mhm.
And the crotch region of the leggings that is touching women's private parts because they're not wearing underwear contains PFAs, contains harmful forever chemicals that are absorbed through the skin into the human body. And the reason they're called forever chemicals is because they stay in your body. for years and years and years, disrupting hormones. Now, there's kind of a solution here if ladies want to wear some kind of natural fiber underwear between the leggings. But look, I get it. These leggings look great, and a lot of ladies don't want to wear underwear underneath because it changes the way the leggings look. But understand that there are harmful chemicals, PFAs, forever chemicals in Lululemon leggings that can get into your body when they touch your skin. Our nether regions, our reproductive organs, are more absorbent regions of skin in our bodies too.
This is
And like I said,
actually
these
pretty
chemicals
freaky.
accumulate in our bodies, cause hormone disruption. So problem number one with Lululemon. Let's talk about some sports bras. Sports bras from multiple athletic companies also contain PFAs, and many of them contain BPA, bisphenol A, you know, the thing that was in your water bottles that got taken out of water bottles because
Well,
it
yeah,
was also
and
an endocrine.
the original Lulus, they were made with more like a cottony one. You know, like I think you can remember the difference, like the original Lulus and the ones now. It's like I don't feel any special about them. Like I've actually seen some cheaper brands that have lasted me a lot more with like better quality. And you know, you're like when you're working all day or going on, you know, hikes, you want to be comfortable, you know. And so yeah, I love a lot of these lighter weight athletic fibers, but you know, I kind of miss jeans. I just can't afford jeans right now. I can't afford to buy them. I
Hormone
can't
disrupting
afford to
chemical,
wash them.
it's
So
in
I
sports
go with
bras
leggings.
and
They're cheap.
PFA. So we're back to the forever chemicals. So we've got forever chemicals in the crotch region of leggings being absorbed into your body. You've got forever chemicals in your sports bra on your chest that you're sweating in, that's making your skin more absorbent, that is getting absorbed into endocrine tissues, into hormonally active tissues,
Yeah,
into tissues with a
lady.
lot of blood flow and lymphatics that are prone to cancers, your chest with sports bras that are full of these chemicals. So that's problem number two with Lululemon stuff. I think opt for natural options, either as an underwear between the leggings and your body, or as a natural fiber sports bra. Let's talk about guys stuff. Let's talk about guys shorts. Come on. So here we've got some guys shorts, and a lot of the shorts from Lululemon have these built-in underwear. Well, guys, these are polyester underwear that are going to cradle your nether regions. They're going to cradle your
Hey
they're going to
man,
cradle
if
your junk. I
you
don't even know what I can say. And
if you see some
I didn't believe
shrinkage,
this
it might
research
not
until I
just
saw it
because
for
it's
myself.
cold in
There have been
your
multiple
house.
studies, and what they see is actually lower sperm counts and
Yeah.
lower hormone levels when you put polyester underwear on junk. That's scary because I know a lot of you guys watching this are wearing polyester underwear
Yeah.
to support your stuff when you're at the gym, when you're running, and the potential that this polyester underwear could be disrupting your hormones, affecting sperm counts negatively is real. So all these polyester shorts here from Lululemon that are full of these underwear that are all polyester are probably a bad thing
Gonna
for men's
shrink your
fertility,
boys.
for men's hormones, for men's sperm counts.
Turn them
What is the
like
other option?
from
Well, you can get a pair
you
of
know,
polyester
grapes to
shorts
raisins.
if you wear
No
natural
pun
fiber
intended,
boxers
but
underneath, wear cotton or wool boxers underneath. That's going to be way better than wearing polyester underwear,
yeah.
compression shorts that are polyester, or polyester short that has a polyester liner in it. I
Well,
would not wear these.
I know
guys. And
a
just so you
lot
know,
of
right
guys
now,
who
what
cut
am I
it
wearing?
out.
I've got a
They don't care
organic
it's
cotton
Lulus.
shirt.
They cut
I've
it
got
out because
jeans,
they have
which are
their own.
cotton, and I've got some natural
They
fiber
need
cotton boxers on
a
underneath.
little
So that's
more
how I
like.
dress because I don't want polyester on my
It's
junk,
like how girls with their
nuts,
bras. You
testicles. I
need
almost said
something to
juts. I don't know.
hold
Junk
up
and
the
nuts together,
weight.
juts. Can I say juts on YouTube? Who knows?
Just
That's the way I would solve the problem. And I wear natural fiber shirts. I like cotton shirts, organic cotton, or
I
wool
like how
shirts.
polite he
Those are
is.
much
I'm
better,
not so
in my
polite.
opinion. I don't want to wear plastic. I don't want to wear PFAs. I don't want to wear BPA on my clothes. That's how you improve your health when you think about this from all levels. I think a lot about food, but the clothes you wear are important.
Yeah.
And then you can get even
Okay.
deeper into the rabbit hole.
I'm
think
really
about the
curious
bed
now.
sheets,
I'm wearing
towels,
leggings.
etc.
I just
Right
want to
now,
know, like,
we're just at Lululemon.
what am I
trying
wearing
not to freak
now?
out.
What
All right,
the
guys.
fuck am I wearing?
Clothes
No,
you
I'm
wear
not paranoid.
are important. You can absorb things through the clothes. Hope you guys are enjoying this video. I want to give you a heads up that Heart and Soil
I'm
is
just
going
gonna
to be
see
making
what mine
edible
are made
leggings.
of.
Just kidding. Heart and Soil is not going to make edible leggings. we make desiccated organs. But I've got a deal for you with regard to these videos. If you hit like and subscribe right now, it helps me make videos. The more people that like and
Hopefully I
subscribe,
cut
the
off
more
enough
freedom
so
to
I
make
can
free
read it.
videos that bring you informational content, help you live a better life. Thank you guys. Back to the video. Know what's in the clothes you wear. And I get it. We all want to look good with the clothes we're wearing, but I think it's important to make natural choices with your food, natural choices with your clothes as well, if you truly want to be healthy long term. Remember, options: cotton, wool, underwear,
But
pants,
these are
shorts,
comfy and
sports
they're
bras, shirts.
legs are
That solves the
comfy.
problem immediately. So there you
I
have it,
can't
guys.
afford
I risked life and
legs.
limb by going in Lululemon. I didn't actually get kicked out. Hope you enjoyed the video. Found that useful.
I think he actually went in and talked to the manager first, which I think if you're filming in locations, sometimes it's a good thing to do. And obviously, you can tell by the quality of that video, there was someone else filming. It wasn't just him with a gimbal or something, it's, because so often people just, I'm going to film here. And hey, filming on a bus, it's a public place, Sorry. This one was nuts. Oh my God, this unhinged chick. And she's nuts. I've pulled up the interview. I think I even have a clip of it because she was just, oh God, and what a fucking creeper. I'm just going to say, if I saw a guy trying this in a store, it wouldn't be me who's coming out like some of my friends' stories. You don't fuck around this way. No. Like, who the fuck does this? Like, what a fucking creepy asshole.
This video will make your blood boil. A woman is shopping when a brazen creep appears to slide his cell phone right under her skirt. He may have gotten away if not for another woman who caught the incident on video and then confronted the guy until help arrived. Jim Murray reports.
That creepy guy is about to target the woman crouching by the children's bookshelf. Watch as he slips his phone beneath her skirt.
Excuse me, what are you doing? No, I just saw you put that underneath her dress.
But another shopper confronts him.
No, ma'am, I really want. You absolutely did. Then show me your phone. No, we're going to call security.
He claims he was shopping for children's books because his sister is pregnant. Neither woman is buying it.
You've been extremely close to me this whole time. Please show me your phone.
No.
I really promise I wasn't
No.
trying to do anything inappropriate.
Uh-uh.
I wasn't. I really wasn't. I'm not like that.
Oh, no, dude. I think you are full out creepy. And let me just say, if that woman and I realized he was doing that to me, I would have just smoked him. And I'm sure everyone would have been like, oh, he tripped. I don't know. He tripped and broke his cell phone. You don't do that. Like, what the fuck is wrong with people? Like, that's gross. That's weird. Don't be a fucking perv. Like you.
Obviously you are. I literally have it on video. I knew you were up to no good.
Despite his denials, police arrested 21-year-old Thomas Elliott at the Target store in Greenville,
What an
North Carolina.
idiot.
He's charged with 5 counts of felony secret keeping. Get this, he's a volunteer at a local church and an elementary school.
Oh,
Both
that's
have cut
even
ties with him.
worse.
There's an
That even
epidemic
makes
of
it
upskirt
way
incidents
worse.
across America. Creeps using cell phones and sometimes selfie sticks to target unsuspecting women in stores and on public transportation.
I think she sized this guy up. What he did was so brazen. It was so outrageous and egregious that
I would've
it
just-
almost begged
If
for
I heard
confrontation.
a chick
Experts say women
saying
should be
that,
aware of
I would've
who is
just
around
turned
you.
around and
Also,
gone like
perhaps the
that. Like,
sad
I'm
sign of the
sorry.
times,
I
consider wearing bicycle shorts or similar garments beneath dresses for extra privacy.
Like,
Excuse me, what are you doing?
One good
Authorities
like,
arrested the peeping Tom and
because
obtained a
soon
search
as
warrant
she
for
said
his
that,
cell
I
phone.
would've
Police
looked
say
at
he
her,
denied any
like, I don't know
wrongdoing.
how you can feel like I can feel someone by me, like, maybe I'm just really sensitive to, when I'm in a store, but it's like, even though I was looking at books, I would know someone's behind me. And, especially crouched down, I'd probably, react with PTSD and quite literally smoke them. I would have to be the one apologizing, like, hey, I felt something off, and this chick said, what are you doing? I looked down, there's a phone by my crotch, so I smoked him, officer. I'm sorry. By the way, maybe you want to not let him around that elementary school and church anymore. Just saying. Who would be the baddie in that one? Yeah, I just, and this one was such a good one, but I can't get this prompt again to do what I'm. Oh, it was working out so well for my next animation, but it just. I mean, that's why it's like doing the Valentine's Day and Christmas one real well right now, but it's not doing this one. I want this one, but I'll save it for the Valentine's Day one. It's just like, okay, whatever.
There are new charges against a man
I had it
reporting
programmed
a
in, and
female
now
shopper in a retail store here in Eastern Carolina. Law enforcement says he is now accused of the same crime at a Pitt County church.
Celeste Ford is live in Winterville now at that church with more.
Oh, I can't.
Yes, new technology makes it easy to discreetly capture audio and video, but law enforcement says there are ways you can protect yourself to prevent what happened to you that happened at the Greenville Target.
On Thursday, the Winterville Police Department says it charged Thomas
Well, I
Elliott
guess
with
he's
one count of
probably
felony
in
secret
jail right
keeping
now.
for a crime
Okay,
on March
in
13th
general.
at Open Door Church. The church says the 21-year-old is
This
a
is
former
Sugar.
staff member. Corporal Kelly Cox with the Craven County Sheriff's Office says no matter where you are, it's always important to be aware of your surroundings.
When they're going from point A to point B, whether it's the store to the parking lot to the car, you scan your environment. You try to pick up on things that may not seem afoot. You have, I call it the spider sense. You have those hairs on the back of your neck, and they're there for a reason.
Elliott faces numerous charges after a woman recorded him putting his phone on the ground under another woman's skirt at the Greenville Target.
Like, there is no way I can have a friend sneak up on me, like sometimes, like do the boo, but I just like honestly, as soon as he came close to me, I probably would have just stood up because I would have felt someone just in my zone, I don't know. I feel sorry for this chick, but at the same time, pay attention, honey. Shit's getting dangerous out there. We
In a
can't.
statement, Open Door Church said the victim is an employee.
That's
The
even
statement reads in
worse.
part, quote, "We are grateful for our local law enforcement and justice system and continue to work closely with them," end quote. In total, police say they have identified 3 separate victims at Target. Elliott has been charged with 5 counts of secret peeping. Corporal Kelly Cox encourages all citizens to apply the
he
run,
needs a new
hide,
hobby,
fight
don't you
scenario
think?
when away from home.
If you see the threat and you can get away from the threat safely, you run away. If there's something between you and the threat, hide. And then if you're going to have to face that threat head on, I don't care if you're a 275-pound man or a 80-pound woman, that you need to fight like your life depends on it.
Yeah.
And Greenville Police Department spokesperson Kristen Hunter told WITN that Elliott was booked back into Pitt County Detention Center under a $10,000 bond. Reporting live in Winterville, Celeste Ford, WITN News.
All right, thanks, Celeste. And a Pitt County school spokesperson confirmed Elliott was also a volunteer at Eastern Elementary School in Greenville and has since been removed from that position.
That's probably, oh God knows what he did to those kids. You want to just, I really hope it's not even worse than I'm thinking. Oh, and here's diversity at
Also, a
its
new video tonight.
finest.
41 people found living in these conditions in Cocoa. Fox 35's Esther Bauer is
this
live
one
in Brevard
is
County with that story
just
tonight. So, Esther,
wow, eh?
22 people have now been arrested, and the sheriff says they're going to keep cracking down on places like this.
I've
The sheriff
made
has
these
what he likes to
images
call
before,
a
but I
hit
didn't
list, a
use them for
high
something.
intensity target list,
I'm
meaning
gonna
if
have
you
to
have a
find them.
property that is continuing to cause chaos in a community, he's going to go in there and clean it up. Now, at this specific property on Peachtree Street, he says his deputies have been called there 270 times in 72 months. They were back there again this
Wow,
week. They
that's
found more than
like
40 people living on the property, and now half of them are in jail.
that's
You can't miss this property on Peachtree.
okay.
Several
So that's
trailers
like 10
and
times a
garbage
month.
litter the
10 times a
property.
month,
Neighbors tell
roughly.
us it's been a crime hub for years.
No more.
We want it clean. We want the whole street to be clean.
It's not cleaned up yet, but this time the sheriff's office took a step
Just
forward in hopes
rough
of
math.
making that
I'm
happen.
doing
They
Trudeau
arrested
math.
nearly 24 people on the property.
Wow.
Not only just take some people out of there, maybe get some drugs out of the situation, but actually close it down.
The property's now condemned, and neighbors want to see it demolished. In the recent raid, the people were taken into custody for drug possession, violation of probation, and other crimes.
That's good. They clean it up.
That is a major strain on deputies, on resources, to have to go to one home for all of those calls.
Even though we were going out there and taking enforcement actions and answering these calls and arresting people and, you know, finding drugs and doing all those things, those people were just coming back or being replaced by new people. So it was just a cycle that just kept going on.
Now they aren't allowed to come back.
Well, it's better for me.
And while all of these arrests happened on one single property, coming up tonight at 6, we're going to hear from more neighbors in the community who say the issues went far beyond those walls and the entire neighborhood was in danger because of the property. Reporting live in Brevard County, Esther Bauer, Fox 35 News.
Yeah, good to see you flying, Brad. And yeah, I have a weird sleep schedule. Like it almost feels like that. It's like I haven't worked in graveyard shifts for a decade, and Sunday nights, Monday nights, like I'm just still on that schedule, and it's so hard because if you're trying to work like a day job and you're on this weird, like I can't help it. It's just I was so trained. I worked there 5 years, like, and it's still there. I think people who have worked graveyard shifts, you'll get those moments, and it's like you can't help it. Like, okay, I'm awake now. I wasn't awake earlier. I talked to friends yesterday, and then I just like curled up and went to bed. I've been listening to like the Bermuda Triangle of BC. You know that, although I think it's just some of it, there's a lot of like, I know there's a lot of missing. It's bizarre. I like reading a lot of true crime stuff, and especially about my province. And
to my 7 grandchildren, and this is why I'm here. My granddaughter come in to me yesterday after school, a 9-year-old, okay? And she come in to me and she said, Nanny, they're talking in school about...
Well, at least you're the boss.
The police, the Guardian, she said. Who can we trust?
And then I won't have to
what it is
worry
now
about
is people's eyes have been opened.
I can be on my own
It's
weird
like
schedule.
we've been asleep. I'm an ordinary woman. I live in Newtown, born and bred. And you're calling me
Solidarity with
racist.
Ireland. Yeah.
You're
This
just
looks
TV channel
like
you're
a
talking to will call you
far-right
racist. Right,
racist.
I've this, and I know this, and RTE, and I will never watch them, or I will never, I'm done with it. I'm only the minority, but the day is coming. The day is coming, and people now, their eyes have been opened. My daughter was the girl, if you see in one of the videos. I didn't go up. She didn't want me to go. She was afraid from the night that the trouble happened. My daughter was in that tent being sprayed and beaten. And they had to go out. It was another woman helped her and her husband. They couldn't see. My daughter was having a panic attack. She couldn't breathe. And they had to go. I can tell you're very stressed even talking about it. I haven't slept. Like, my father, when I was a little girl, told us about the black and tans. And they lived in Rathnew. And he had to run through the fields. They had a bit of a farm. And the black and tans chased her. I never in my lifetime thought that my daughter would be chased across fields like the black and tans chased my father. These were supposed to be people to protect us. My faith in the Gardaí, sadly, has gone.
I'm very sad about that too, and I'm really sorry. I'm sorry.
When I saw the video, and I can't get it out of my head. So is this what my grandchildren are growing up to?
Yeah, does like this look like a far right neo-Nazi? No, this is like a scared grandma who doesn't, I know, but this is, oh, you don't accept all these illegal migrants who came over in boats. We're paying millions and millions of dollars from all sorts of countries, all sorts of religions, unvetted, undocumented, and you know what? I say, like, sorry, like, I'm almost like, let them in the ocean. Why are you rescuing them? They made their choice. I'm sorry, that it's cold. And there's a very fine line between, like, every country has the right to defend their border and protect their culture, not just, oh, hey, you crossed illegally. That's great. Eh? Well, how about we like give you a hotel room and a bank card and a cell phone? And oh, don't worry about those seniors or veterans. We kicked them out, so you have a place because you know, you deserve it more. By the way, weren't you from this like Venezuelan jail or something? Oh, no big deal. If you commit a crime, we'll catch and release you anyways. Enjoy Canada. Yeah, that's how is that being, I'm not being racist. I just want people, oh, thank you. I would love a coffee. But that's not saying you want to protect your country, especially Ireland. It is such a distinct culture. And now a lot of people are like, "Oh no, you need to accommodate us." We came to Ireland and we're going to change it to accommodate ourselves. And Ireland's like if you can get the Anglicans and the Catholics agreeing on something in Ireland, then shit's gone real bad. Like,
what's the crack? I'm Jamie J. Carr, and this is 32
they don't
counties,
play
32
well.
questions. I'm here on the streets of Cavan to find out if Cavan people are as stingy as everybody says they are.
I'll be here. Yeah.
How are you? What's your name, man?
Double is good.
Nice to meet you.
Double.
My name's Jamie. Sorry about that. Jamie Carney.
All right.
Is my name. We're asking one question to the people of Cavan today, and it's only a bit of tongue in cheek.
Like,
but the question is,
like
are Cavan people as tight with money as the rest of Irish people say?
Like a Versace.
Cavan people are tight.
Are you a Cavan?
Sometimes
Okay.
Irish just make such shit clothes. Like,
simple but clear. How are you? What's your name?
I'm Caramel.
Caramel.
Caramel, yeah.
Caramel. Do people always call you Caramel by mistake?
Yeah, very often.
Can I call you Caramel?
You want?
Because you're very sweet.
Not too early in the morning, though.
Are Cavan people really as stingy as people say they are?
No. That's only a one-man show. No, we're not mean around Cavan. It's gobbledygook. We'd give you a right hand away as we would.
So you're actually quite generous.
Yeah, very generous.
So what would you say to the people around Ireland who say that Cavan people are tight?
We're not. Come down and live beside us and you know we're not tight. We're very good, friendly people.
So if I knock in for a bit of sugar and a land of a fiver, will you sort me out?
You would.
There you go. Thanks very much, Caramel. How are you? What's your name?
Alfie.
Alfie, you told me you're not from Cavan, you're from Dublin.
Dublin, yeah.
Are you living in Cavan?
I am there, yeah.
How long are you living in Cavan?
11 now.
11 years, right? We came down to Cavan today from Dublin to ask one question. And the question is, are Cavan people as tight with money as...
I'm not answering that question.
What's your name?
Catherine.
Catherine, nice to meet you. Are you from Cavan?
Yes.
All your life?
Yes.
Born and bred?
Yes.
Sorry to hear that. Are the people of Cavan as stingy as the rest of Ireland makes them out to be?
No. Plain and simply.
Plain and simply, no.
No.
Where does it come from? Why do people say that?
This is actually better than
I think
22 minutes.
the Dublin people probably pick up that message because they have to drive the whole way through Meath to get here. And they're giving them that message.
So it's the Meath people's fault.
Yeah, it's Meath people.
So Meath people are tighter with their money than Cavan people.
Yes, most definitely.
Have you had experience with this, sir?
Well, no, I just feel that, you know, they put a motorway through it so we could just get directly to Dublin. Maybe that's it.
Are the people of Cavan as stingy with money as other people say they are, other counties?
No. No.
And okay, you say no. Where do you think this comes from?
I don't know, just bunch of bull crap.
Bunch of bullshit?
Yeah.
Say whatever you want.
I think it's lies because people can say whatever they want, but it's not true.
So the people of Cavan aren't stingy?
No, I don't think so.
So
people in Dublin are stingy.
People of Dublin are stingy?
Nah, I'm only messing.
No, go on, go ahead.
No, I don't think they are.
You're just kind of fighting back here. So why do people say it? Where did it come from? Like I don't get it, because I'm sure you've heard it before, have you?
Oh yeah, I've heard it on ads on TV that we eat the dinner out of the drawer, and then when people come by, we shove the drawer in so they can't get any dinner.
So what would you say in response? This is your chance, right? Yeah. It's your chance to speak for the people of Cavan. What would you say in response to people from other counties who say that Cavan people are stingy?
Up yours.
How are you? What's your name?
Michael O'Brien.
Michael O'Brien, nice to meet you. Do people call you Mob?
Yeah.
Can I call you Mob?
Yeah, sound.
How are you, Mob?
Grand, how are you?
I'm not too bad. It's very cold today in Cavan.
It's always cold.
It's always cold in Cavan. The question is, are Cavan people really as stingy as people say they are?
No, not really. Well, no, not really. When I think about it, well, it depends on who you are, really. Not to your friends or that, but to other people, yeah. We wouldn't hand out money for nothing anyway.
Where do you think this comes from, this idea of Cavan people being stingy?
I don't know where it comes from. I think it's because we just love cheap stuff instead of buying all the dear stuff.
Why do you like the cheap stuff instead of the dear stuff? What is it?
Well, it's the exact same as the dear stuff. It just comes cheaper. So what's the difference in buying something that's from Gucci when you can get it off, I don't know, in Duns for the same price?
What's the most expensive piece of clothing you've ever bought?
A pair of 270s for €270.
Jeez, no, there's nothing cheap about that.
Oh, well, it's for myself, so I don't know.
If your friend rings you on the phone and he says, Mob, I need to lend a 50 quid. I'm fucking broke. And you only have €100. Would you give him 50? Honestly now.
What's it for?
He says that his nanny fell down the stairs and she needs a new pair of shoes.
Sure, socks are the same as shoes, aren't they, really? You know what I mean? I wouldn't give him €50 anyway. Maybe give him money to get the stairs taken out. That's about it.
So what would you say Cavan is like to live in?
Well, I mean, it's all right, but it's a bit limited, I think it has to be said, unfortunately.
What do you mean by limited?
Not really a lot to do, really. Opportunities are limited, and if I'm being perfectly honest, I'm just looking for a way out, so I am very perfectly honest.
Of Cavan, I hope, just Cavan.
Yeah, absolutely, for sure. I'm not alone, though. Quite a few people around my age group, my friends and that, same really, so they aren't.
Are people from Cavan as stingy with money as the rest of Ireland says?
I definitely think it's true, for sure. And, well, even some of my friends are, it has to be said. As bad as it sounds, but I mean, very perfectly honest, it is true. They are pretty stingy and mingy on money. Money's tight here, so it is. It has to be said. I just don't get it at all. I mean, before you ask, well, yes, I've been in here most of my life. No, I don't. I'm not so mingy on money myself, so I'm not. I'm quite the opposite head, to be perfectly honest with you. And I mean, just as well, because, geez,
So have you got?
I really want to see the back of that jacket too. I'm really curious. Like, is it split or is it just like a panel? Like,
Got any examples of times when your friends may have been stingy or family? Because you did say that some of your friends are stingy with money.
Quite a recent one, actually. My Christmas present. So, I have a friend who I'm friends with a very long time. And my Christmas present, I done the maths, so I did. Realize how much was spent to me.
What was the present?
It was a link set and 3 sprays. It sounds good, so it does somewhat. Okay, but that's where it all ends. The total value of all that, €8.50.
And how much did you spend on this person's present?
Well, thankfully, actually, and this is the only person I really cut corners with, I spent maybe about double that, I would say. And you know what? My mother said I was too generous at that. And well, everyone else, I was spending 50, 60 onwards, and even 80, 100 in some cases, but I sure cut corners for this person, and this was before I even received my present. I'd anticipated I wasn't going to do well from this person, but I done worse than I even thought. I mean, everyone was trying to tell myself, it can only get better, but if I'm perfectly honest, first and foremost, I wasn't even wrapped in a bag, no presentation, thrown to me as it was.
So you're just looking for a way out of Cavan.
I sure am.
Are Cavan people as stingy as the rest of Ireland thinks that Cavan people are?
Absolutely not.
No.
No, it's not true.
Where do you think it comes from? Why do people say it?
Maybe they keep things pretty close to the chest, but definitely not stingy. I'm originally from Monaghan, so I would say Cavan people are lovely and absolutely very welcoming, and no, they're not stingy. I don't know where it comes from.
So they're not tight with the money.
No, not really. No, not really. No more than anybody else is. I can't see that. I don't know where it comes from, but no, I can't see it. No.
So it's all a big myth, is it?
But beautiful.
I think it is.
artwork.
Yeah, I think it is. I think everybody in an individual, especially rural areas, are pretty.
If you want to see the rest of it, it's on my blog. I thought that was such a cute one. Just because it's nice to see something after all politics and war games. Just happy, especially everything I've been piling up about Ireland and the protests. It's nice to just, here's what you're fighting for, just simple, happy people, and I love Irish humor. It is like, yeah, how long's this one? Not long. Hopefully not long. I feel so sorry for this chick. Oh, it's too long.
Whilst Eugenia is known for her incredibly
If
thin
you
physique,
are a
there's
fan,
something even darker going on beneath the surface. To be able to understand what's
people are
really
thinking
going on,
like, yeah,
we need
you
to
went
go
to
May
treatment, but you're not
2013,
really
which is
getting
Eugenia's
well.
first public video on YouTube, where she shows off some of her favourite outfits, and it is clear that she's very thin. In these early videos, Eugenia comes across as quite a bubbly character, and she's fairly articulate in her speech.
This is what I wore on Saturday, so I have a bodysuit on with this fringe jacket.
Like she just,
keep in mind at this point, Eugenia's
and
fans
now you
are
see her
actively
like
in the comments, engaging with the content in a
I
meaningful
just-
way.
I don't
As the
know,
years
like-
go by, Eugenia continues to upload similar content. However, with each video, Eugenia seems to become slimmer and
And
slimmer
now she
until
just-
her bones can be seen, and fans begin to flood the comments with their concerns for Eugenia's mental state. In more recent years, fans have noticed that the weight loss.
There's a really good channel of Herbs and Altars who breaks down the psychology of this kind of extreme eating disorder. And she says, I don't have a problem. But if she doesn't have a problem, like with the eating or anorexia, then like maybe it's like some weird neurological thing, or could be genetics, but at the same time, I think this is, it's almost like a fetish with death. And that's why I feel like the trans community and the eating disorder community, on the mental health spectrum, they're pretty similar. It's this, it's like, instead of calling it gender dysmorphia, just call it body dysmorphia. You aren't happy in your skin. Why aren't we teaching people to be happy in their skin? I don't know. And this one, holy shit. Yeah, I'll pull up this one. I know it's long, but I might not.
Guys, welcome to Better Bachelor. My name is Joker with a face for radio and a voice for print.
Yeah.
As I mentioned previously in another video, I'm going to start doing a little bit of news segments on the channel as well. I thought about starting up my old channel again, but you know, you guys are adults and I don't have to label everything as news or not news. You'll know by my thumbnails if it's news or not. Or if it's like men's issues or whatever. Although most of the news I'm going to be doing is also men's issues. So please keep that in mind. Australia goes full communist. Recently, there was an attack on a bishop
So just don't call
in a
him
church
sexist,
by
okay?
a guy that
Why?
yelled, you know, Aloha snack bar, and decided to start putting holes in him with a blade. And it went pretty viral, and it was a pretty serious attack. And it got posted and was spread quickly on Twitter, so people were aware of it. Well, the communist government over at Australia decided not only should that not be shared, they don't want people realizing that Aloha snack bar people are running around putting pig stickers in bishops. They wanted the video taken down and not shared.
And just, I mean, this, we all know how this is playing out. The priest who got stabbed was like, I don't take it down. So even the priest who, you know, if anyone has the right to say, I don't want this video showing, it is him, not the Australian government. You know, if everyone is saying, well, it's already out there, you can't remove it, maybe we should talk about it. You know, and at least Elon's stepping in, but he scares all these governments because they want this world economic, you know, they want us all silent. They want us all like China. Social credit system. You say the wrong thing, your bank account's frozen. That sounds familiar. Not just from China, you know? It's coming.
And they tried to force Elon Musk to do so. Elon Musk refused to do so. He said, hey, we're free speech. This is a newsworthy event. People have the right to see it. And now Australia is kind of going full commie against him, not only wanting to shut him up, but also
I'm enjoying the time
to throw him in jail for it. So, guys, back in, I think it was 1996, a large portion of Australia, there was a mass lead slinging event with pew-pews, as you guys know, and Australians decided, hey, you know what? Let's get rid of a lot of these hole punchers. Well, here we are, just 30 years later, and now the government is forcing during the bug and during the jab session, they were talking about putting people in camps if they didn't get the jab as the government wanted. Now they're trying to take away their speech. It only takes so long before when a government doesn't fear its people anymore, it decides it can do whatever it wants. And Australia seems to be quickly going there. And I know there's about 5 or 8% of you from Australia that watch. Wow. I'm sure you're probably aware of what's going on, but the rest of the world needs to know what Australia is going to be going through, because if you don't take care of things in the beginning and you don't remind the government that you're the ones that are actually in charge, the government will quickly try to shut you down. So this is a little bit of a warning for everybody else out there. So this all started. Oh gosh, let me get my image up here. I almost forgot. Let me drop that right in here. There we go. Guys, do not forget, I've got the channel betterbachelor.locals.com. To become a supporter over there, it's $5 a month. It's not a lot. It's not a lot. $5 a month. That's less than like a hamburger or a cup of coffee nowadays. But it helps me stay independent. It allows me to do these videos that, probably will get demonetized by YouTube. Rumble doesn't really make me any income, even though I'm over there. I think all my videos throughout history have earned me a total of a whopping $200 for, 500 videos or whatever. So please consider becoming a supporter today so I can continue doing my work that I love to do and still put food on the table. Now, for those of you on YouTube, you don't get to see this. I will be jump cutting to the end of this. It's not very long, but for those of you on Rumble and locals, you can see, I'm going to show you what happened to this bishop in Sydney, Australia. And again, on YouTube, you'll just have to close your eyes and imagine you saw it. Now the bishop is, he's okay. Thank goodness it was an extremely long blade, so it didn't penetrate too far into him. And, it turns out he's okay. But they don't want this shared around very much. And Australia is very upset that Elon Musk has not taken it down. From the news.com.au, the teenager who allegedly attacked the bishop screamed "Aloha snack bar" after plunging the blade into his face, neck, and torso at least 8 times. The incident has been declared a terry cloth attack. I know. I'm still going to say funny words because it's funny. With Ms. Webb saying alleged elements of the teenager's actions indicated religiously motivated extremism. In addition to allegedly yelling "Aloha snack bar," counter terry cloth authorities are also aware of other comments the male is accused of making, including a reference to the Islamic prophet Muhammad. They go on to say there's some confusion about what the teen said in response, as it seems he was speaking in broken Arabic. According to the reports, he had recently...
Wow, I don't know if I'm going to pull up all of this, but it's what this case is leading to in Australia, like all the Commonwealths. We've all been like, oh, we have to like protect everyone's feelings. Oh my, we can't offend anyone. Oh, and it's like when the fucking guy who got stabbed is like, no, why are you trying to cancel me? That's a big thing.
Converted to Islam. However, at a press conference in Canberra today, ASIO Director General Mike Burgess said the intelligence agency was aware of alleged remarks made by the teen referring to the bishop having offended the Prophet Muhammad. So, obviously, this doesn't put a good light in, or good light for the Muslim community in Australia. And so, because we want to be diverse and we want to protect all backgrounds, and this isn't an indictment on other Muslims, we need to shut down the speech. Now, if it had been a Christian that did this against a Muslim person, we know it would be all over the news that a Christian did something evil, because that is the main
white man,
the main people in power, and most Christians are white, and of course that's bad.
Thing with this case too, there was a crowd outside that tried to hide the stabber from the cops. No, the bishop wants it out, the cleric, because it can't be swept under the carpet. This is going on.
And we need to protect the brown people, because brown people are automatically victims because of the color of their skin, at least according to the left. Well, Australian senator who wants Elon Musk locked up for allowing free speech on X. Her name is Jackie Lambie.
Oh, God.
I'm telling you, women in politics.
This chick is absolutely unhinged. She is like Australians' version of Stephen Gilbo. Like, no matter what we're doing with C11, C18, C63, nothing like Australia, because this chick is just lost it. Like, this chick, like, I thought it was bad here. This is why I'm bringing this up, because, like, if I was in Australia, I'd be pissed. I'd be pissed off with this bitch in power. Like, I cannot believe this woman is so. And I kind of wonder, like, does she have whose pocket is she in? Because she's not representing Australia. She's not like, she basically just wants to silence you, much like Trudeau, but Canadians like, and I'm sorry, that's the other thing with the Commonwealth. We've always been mouthy about our leaders. We're not like the French, but, we will do bad comedy and satire to our utmost degree, as much as we can. That is our right as citizens and taxpayers. And having this, I've seen so many things with her, and holy shit, she should not be in the place she is, much like Stephen Guilbeault should not be the environmental minister. It's like Gotham, like you're letting the inmates run Arkham. Like, we gotta stop this shit.
Politics was a mistake. That's all I'm going to say on that.
Yeah.
She said Elon Musk. Well, let me.
Oh, yeah.
He quotes her. Let me just play it so you guys can hear what she has to say out of her own mouth.
I don't know, whatever Elon Musk is on, it says that that's okay to continue to air that is absolutely disgusting behaviour. And quite frankly, the bloke should be jailed. And the sooner that we can bring rules in or do something about this sort of game playing with our social media, the better off we're going to be. But quite frankly, the power that man has, because of that platform that he's on, it's got to stop. It has absolutely got to stop.
Now,
Elon Musk has no social.
Now, what is the power Elon Musk has that is so dangerous? The ability to let people share news without the government having control, without censors having control, without the mainstream media having control, without the three-letter agencies having control. He lets people post it. People can make their own minds up about it. But see, to governments, that's dangerous. A person being able to hear the news and see the news raw and make their own determination as to how they feel about it is dangerous. It's dangerous to the people that want to control you. It's dangerous to the people that want to make sure you only hear a certain narrative and that you think like they think, so you stay good little sheep like the sheep that you are. So obviously she's having a real one. Here she goes on a national TV and she kind of says the same thing. She says that he's creating hatred. He's creating hatred, not the person that did the Aloha snack bar with the pig sticker. That's not the person creating the hatred. That's not the evil person. It's Elon Musk for letting people know what's going on in the world.
Just
the alleged attack and Elon Musk really
corruption. I know,
showing contempt for the government and its approach on this issue. What's your take on the tech billionaire?
So when it comes to the tech billionaire, like I've already said,
do I agree with everything with the EV market and anything? No. Do I agree with the Elon going to Mars? Hell yeah. And do I agree with X? It's brilliant. I didn't enjoy it until he took over. And that a lot of people are like crying, but he's like, he took it over to buy all those files, and that people are shitting themselves. And that's just why, she can come after him, but she's like, it's kind of like when my ex-husband would come over and my chihuahua would try and hump his arm. He just, a lot of guys would be offended by that, but my dog was as big as his hand, and he's just like, no, I'm gonna let him finish just to shame you. You ever think about taking him to play dates or something? Well, also too, it was no, he wouldn't let him go long. You're just teasing about it. But there there was one guy who he didn't come over after that because Zeus dominated him, and I was like, yeah, you were dominated by a 5-pound chihuahua. Yeah, I don't think we're having a second date, and I'm, yeah, don't worry about finishing your coffee. Just please leave my apartment. We're not going anywhere after that. Although Zeus is done. Like, why would you do that? But this is what this chick feels like to me. A little fucking bitch trying to hump a bigger dog's leg.
He said, I think he's a social media knob with no social conscience. He has absolutely no social
No, he
conscience.
has
Someone
more
like that should
than
be in
this
jail
one.
and the key be thrown away. That bloke should not have a right to be out there on his own ideology.
She shouldn't even be in politics. In a democracy, if she is saying this shit. This chick, like...
Ideology platform and creating hatred, showing all this stuff out there to our kids and doing all the rest. I'm very interested to watch what the US is going to do with TikTok and how far.
Also, kids aren't really on X. Like, sorry, kids are on TikTok. X is boring to them. Like, it's news and politics, and it actually has good verification for ages already in place. We do not need more restrictions. And maybe we need more parents babysitting their kids instead of expecting society to, because you cannot teach your kids the difference between TV and reality.
Far that they can do. We're trying to get rid of that platform as well. So I think we're all watching on the United States at the moment to see what they're doing. But seriously, if we can move, and if that means in the next sitting that we can shut him down from doing this, because this is
happy to kick them out.
Okay. Just to make this comparison clear, what does she do, and what does Elon do? She can try, but nobody likes her. She can bark all she wants, and all those underhanded deals that she's been signing because she was at Davos, she's been at all these summits, they aren't going to stand. People are giving up. It's like Trudeau. They keep imposing things like C11, C18, but you know what? People are saying no. And the more of us that just in our own way say, no, I don't agree with this. I am going to say I don't agree with this. And if that makes me right wing, I will take it. Because call me a bigot, call me a racist, call me a homophobe, call me... How do I tolerate these people with unacceptable views? Like, we have gone through this in history before. That's why our families went overseas, and now someone like Christina Freeland is... We all know, if you're Canadian, you all know what I'm thinking, that N-word. Like, the war never ended.
Keep the platform out.
I don't give a stuff about the platform. I'm happy to go off the platform today, to be honest with you. I already have a list of all you journalists. I don't even know why we're on the platform. But I say this to everybody else. I'll be switching off X today. I'll be doing that before I get to the airport this afternoon. And I suggest that the other 227 members of parliament do the same thing and show them that you mean business. Because when you want to lead by example, it has to happen from here. It has to happen from here. So start switching off X. Start throwing it back at him. But we've got to start from here.
Jackie Lambie, David Pocock.
I don't even know.
Let me just say this. If my government officials say, well, that's it, I'm getting off X, my answer would be, bye. Don't care. Be gone.
Oh my God, yes, I know.
If she's so...
Oh my God, Canadians, imagine. You can go on X and never have to see Trudeau or Anita or Stevie Cabot or Climate Barbie or the Wicked Witch of Kiev Freeland. Like, I mean, Omar, like, I think I saw one post from him in the past, and because he just got, I mean, he was such a horrible transport minister. Like, it's like he trolled himself out of X. He doesn't turn it on because he knows his shame. Nobody even, like, okay, we trolled you then. Like, nobody brings him up anymore. It's like, and I only bring up Climate Barbie because, like, I still want to know where that $60 million went. And I thought we could be buddies. You know, I like day drinking too.
So
We
offended
know
at
where
seeing
that
this stuff.
60
Get
million
off
went.
X. I'm fine with that. Get off Twitter. Go away.
Yeah.
We don't care.
Yeah, go. Sure.
But people have the
Have a
right to know
nice
what's going
life.
on in the
On
world. And she
brand.
says he's using his ideology. What's his ideology? The First Amendment of the United States.
Yeah.
It is free speech.
And that's,
If you're offended, now I'm fine. I'm fine if someone's going to show the video to put a warning, sensitive content.
Like,
you know, please click here to see. So if you're just scrolling through your feed and there's something that, you know, might be sensitive or might make you upset, I'm fine with putting a label over it like that. If it's a raunchy picture, I'm fine with that. If it's, you know, gore or someone breaking their leg or anything that might bother people, I'm fine putting a little like warning that you have to do one more step, like a little click to see it. Otherwise, it's just a blurred thing that goes through your feed. I'm fine with that. And as a matter of fact, you have that ability to do on X. You can blur things that you post on there and say, hey, this is sensitive. One more step. Also, I do believe you have to be 16 and older to sign up for X. Now, they don't do verification on that because obviously that means people would have to start doxing themselves and giving Twitter their information. So there are kind of guidelines in place, but she says he's ideological and that he's I don't know, circumventing the law. No, he's just letting people do their thing. But you'll notice something else too. See, to lefties and the people that want authoritarianism,
yeah,
billionaire is an evil word. It's tech billion. Do you think this billionaire should be able to do this? Do you think this billionaire should be able to do that? For people on the left, that is a buzzword.
You
for
mean
he's
it
evil.
actually
For those of us that are more libertarian or, I don't know, reasonably minded, our thoughts are, yeah, he's rich because he's really smart and he makes electric cars and
he
satellites
works his ass
and
off.
internet that can be,
Haters gonna hate
you know,
like,
both uploaded and downloaded without connecting to a landline. And he makes rocket ships that go to Mars. And yeah, he of all the people in the world, the one I feel deserves being a billionaire the most is Elon Musk. Because he's actually inventing things. He's not just buying companies and scraping them off and breaking them up and for profit. But they can't have that, see? So now they want to shut him down. From Free Speech of Australia, the World of Words, or the War of Words, between Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese and Elon Musk has intensified, with the PM slamming Mr. Musk as arrogant, ego-driven, and above the law for refusing to comply with the E-Safety Commissioner's censorship demands.
No, go for
and he goes on to say, I don't know, perhaps Mr. Musk just has principled commitment to free speech. So, again, I want you to hear the language in the words. He's arrogant. Nothing arrogant about saying, no, we're not going to take that down. People have the right to hear this. Ego-driven. Maybe he is, but when he just says, no, we're going to let this stand. Do you know who sounds arrogant and ego-driven? This PM, this Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese. He's the one that sounds ego-driven.
They're all nuts.
He's the one that sounds like, hey, you need to take this off because we have a narrative to spit out and you're going against the narrative. So now we need to not only remove your product from Australia, we need to throw you in jail. That's pretty much his take on this.
Yeah.
Elon Musk, he's mocked you this morning for choosing censorship and propaganda over free speech and truth. What's your response to that?
Well, this is a bloke who's chosen ego and showing violence over common sense. I think that Australians will shake their head when they think that this billionaire is prepared to go to court fighting for the right to sow division and to show violent videos, which are very distressing. He is in social media, but he has a social responsibility in order to have that social license. And what has occurred here is...
What the hell is a social license?
Yeah.
A social license.
I know.
What is that?
I wonder too. And I'm like, oh my God, can we just send this out? Like, dude, some bubble wrap. I know I pulled it up earlier, but like, seriously, it's like, it's out there. And Elon doesn't know anyone. He's doing his own thing. If you don't like it, shut it off. Because there's way worse things in the internet than X. Trust me. Ever see 4chan? Hey, I don't see this guy like going after 4chan or some of the dark web. Oh no, we'll go after X. And everyone in X is real civil and real nice for the most part, or you walk away. We're not having this discussion. I don't want to see this topic. You walk away like adults. You know, like I didn't, and this kind of legislation is such a dangerous slope to absolute communism.
See, it's all about controlling speech. Let me just say, years ago when I was a younger guy, Howard Stern, who's now a deranged TDS leftist nut job, Howard Stern was very popular on New York radio, New York City. He did a broadcast. And he did things that people hated. They wanted to shut him down. They wanted him to change his format. They wanted him to stop doing what he was doing on the radio, even though it was extremely popular. It was very funny. And people who hated him ended up listening to his show more than the people who loved him. And so they were very reticent to remove him from the airwaves. And my argument and many others' people argument at the time was simply this. Oh, you don't like hearing this? Watch. Lean forward. Get that little knob on your radio and go and turn it off. There you go. In your world, Howard Stern no longer exists. Oh, there's disturbing video on the internet. You know what I do? Honestly, because there's like, oh, watch this dude slip and fall and break both his legs backward like an ostrich. I'm like, no. I'm good. I don't need to see that today. And I quickly scroll past the post, never to see it again. See, they want to mommy state you. They don't want you to be able to make the decision of what you do and don't want to see or what you do and don't want to know. They want to tell you because they don't fear you. They don't fear citizens. Our government doesn't. Australia's doesn't. The UK doesn't. They don't fear citizens anymore. They say, you're going to do as we tell you because we're your betters. And now that we're in power, good luck getting us out of power. And you just need to deal with that. That is their mindset. And I don't know how far it needs to go until people start pushing back, like hard. I don't know what that is. The left is happy to protest. The left is happy to go out and do horrible things. And our government's just kind of like, I didn't really see anything there. Oh, you're going to go wave a flag outside of the Capitol? You get jail for 3 years. And then, so the right just quietly gets quieter and quieter, and the left goes crazy. And the left is allowed to go crazy. During the Bravo Lima Mike riots, there were two lawyers that took Molotov cocktails and threw them inside a police car. They got probation for destroying public property. They knew better. They're attorneys. They know better. They got probation. They didn't get any hard time for that. But grandma waving a flag outside of on Capitol grounds on the 7th, and she's going to get 2 years and who knows what else. At a certain point, there's going to be a breaking. And I think the left is trying to goad the right into doing something kind of like the left does, because then it'll go all through the news. Look how evil these people are, and oh, they're crazy. But in the meantime, when the left does something, the news is like, nothing to see here. Fiery, but mostly peaceful, right?
Is that the E-Safety Commissioner has made very sensible suggestions. Other social media companies have complied.
Boom. That's important. Other social media companies have complied. Facebook, YouTube, which is also part of YouTube being part of Google. That means Facebook and Meta. That means YouTube. That means Google. That means I'm trying to think of what other social media companies there are. I don't know. Anyway, because I'm not on a lot of Instagram, which is part of Meta. They've complied. They've said, okay, the government wants to hide this, so we're going to help them. The only one that's not complying so far, Rumble and Twitter. Those are the only two that I know of.
Yeah.
Maybe like Odyssey.
There's Odyssey. I'm on so many. But the thing he's pointing out is, we had huge fires in Yellowknife, which they were like, oh, it's climate change. It's climate change. No, it was arson. They caught him. But that's like my family's home. So it's like, not only was the government lying, but with all of these new regulations, my family, who usually just uses Facebook, it's just easier for them, can get news. So they didn't know how bad the fire was. And I feel like, Trudeau hates us. He's just thinks he's a king. All these people are so involved with their pensions. They are unfocused on the countries they stood for. And, Canada, England, like, we are all part of the Commonwealth, but we weren't part of the World Economic Forum. Like, we're not getting sold out. And you can't silence everyone. I don't care how many memes it takes. Like, I cannot believe our leaders are acting like this. Like, you can't take a joke. Canadians used to be known for comedy. Now it's scary because look at Jeremy. Do I agree with them? No. But I mean, take it in context. I spent hours and hours on their live streams. They were never mean to me, never rude. They say homophobic things, but I never dished it back. It's their channel. And I'd rather tease them in passive aggressive ways, like the rainbow diagonal flag. That's civil. That's how Canadians are. That's how you treat your neighbors and friends. And even if you don't like someone, ignore them. Like, why even let them into your life? Hi, Loto.
Odyssey hasn't. And there maybe Gab hasn't. There's a couple other sites out there. And I don't know about TikTok. But that's why I say, for me, at least personally, a lot of my news comes from Twitter now, because there hasn't been a spin on it. It's here's video of something happening that I took and I'm uploading
there's
it.
no
And then you can watch it and say, okay, I see what's going on here. That's why most of my news comes from, because it's not getting filtered through a writer, a journalist who has their own mindset of, that makes the left or the right look bad. I don't want you to see that.
Without complaint. But this bloke thinks he's above the Australian law, that he's above common decency. And I tell you what, I say to Elon Musk that he is so out of touch.
Here's what I say to
with
you.
What the Australian public want. This has been a distressing time. And I find this bloke on the other side of the world, from his billionaire's establishments,
he doesn't even know who
trying
I
to
am.
lecture
I'm a Canadian.
Australians about free
I feel
speech.
so sorry for people
He's not
in
lecturing
Australia, though.
He's just saying we have free speech here in America. In America, this is an American company. so you can stuff it.
Yeah.
I'm going to jump over to the main story here in just a moment, but here he is again.
You
He's going
actually
after
can't stuff it.
Elon Musk, and he accidentally admits X platform's the only truthful one. Despite cyber regulators demanding the removal of the posts on X, Elon Musk refuses to bend to their demands, stating it is absurd for any one country to attempt to censor the rest of the world.
Yeah.
Other platforms censor their
And
users
that's
and
what
remove the content.
Canada's doing.
X is the
We're
only for
fighting
free speech.
back. Sorry, world. Blame
And yes,
Canada.
Elon
We
did,
suck.
mock him a little bit. I'm not going to go down and read through this. I thought about reading this whole thing, but
Never go
yeah, he
full
says
Trudeau.
YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, Reddit. I don't know what the @ with the curly Q in the center of that is. I don't know what that is. Maybe that's Gab. I don't know. And TikTok have censorship and propaganda. And he says free speech and truth on X. So far, I do find that to be true. Because if I want to hear a leftist's take on something, or a centrist, or someone from the Philippines, or live video from Australia, or someone that snuck a video outside of, I don't know, Russia or something about the war. I get a lot of the war footage that I've seen is on Twitter, because you have guys on the battlefield, both for Ukraine and for Russia, filming and uploading it to the internet. It's one of the things that makes me actually very against this war and very upset. The fact that we could have ended it, a year plus ago, but that it's still getting dragged out, is watching men die on the battlefield to drones they can't shoot down, they can't escape from. That they're just, there's so many videos of guys laying on the ground looking up at that drone, which has a camera and is recording and can get uploaded, looking at that thing, and a guy with his, from his knee down, that's been, blown off or whatever, and he's looking at the camera like, dude, I can't fight anymore. You can see they're all banged up, bleeding, bandages all over them, and they're like, please, just like, I got nothing left. And you can see them literally looking at that drone like this, and they're like, nope, yeet, boom. And I'm like, it's almost like a human fighting a Terminator in the movies, where you just say, that guy doesn't have a chance. You can try to shoot at it, but trying to hit something that's, the size of a I don't know, bread box, as a common, often old-timey expression, but trying to hit something that's, a foot by a foot, zipping all around the air, trying to shoot at that's impossible. But all it has to do is just swing around and boom, and you're done. When I start seeing that stuff, it's on Twitter.
Yeah. But I don't think I need to be bubble wrapped. I think I've seen enough conflicts. I can, navigate it. Maybe, like, censorship is just, it goes down such a dangerous path. We've seen it before so many times in history. Why are we embracing this? And, Diagolon is a fucking joke, Clyde. Like, seeing him on Friday, like, it just felt like, okay, you're having a Rachel Gilmore moment. Good for you, but do I agree with, Ferryman or Jeremy? Like, no. Like, when they get drunk, they're idiots. Like, let's just say it like that. Like, but I want them to be able to be idiots when they're drunk, because apparently Trudeau says a lot of dumb things and wants to censor the rest of us. So we have no jokes. We have, like, the only thing we live for some days is comedy. And just, it was a fucking joke. It's Diagolon. It's a fucking joke. Seriously. But hey, there's taxpayer dollars at work because Trudeau's feelings got hurt. Like, I feel sorry for CSIS and the RCMP. Like, They're like, yeah, okay, okay, dude. No, we're gonna investigate this. Yep, it's a fake country. It was a meme, but no,
It's
holy
unfiltered.
crap.
And then you can say, you know something, I feel bad for everybody. And I feel bad for the men involved in that, for having to do this for their countries, for having to go to war for their country. That really humanized the conflict for me. Free speech is going to be very, very much under attack by everybody, by all these governments, because they don't want you to know what they don't deem is okay for you to know. And that's important. The comments on this, and I did do the viewing by the most popular. This V8 Johnny says, I only heard our prime minister mocking Elon Musk with pathetic personal references. Not very classy at all. He says, Elon, you have my vote. And he says, so our prime minister, so this is an Australian. Denise replies, our PM is very good with mocking and snarky comments to get what he wants, censorship. Let's see, what other comments do we have? He's another guy, Gary, says, me too. We need you, Elon. Imagine the result of if Elbow had his way during the voice propaganda. I have heard the Kuka Lookers, a cannibalistic tribe, are active on the Koda Trail, though. I have no, that was gobbledygook. I got nothing. Someone else says, go Elon, take no notice of a man who mishandles the truth regularly. Another guy, I agree with Elon Musk. You know, there are Australians saying, no, I want to know what's going on.
One. I've been working on AI art. Like, this one is gonna be like such a cool animation. Because I'm taking it from that image. So it's like splitting apart, and I don't know how it might not do that. Like, I'm still trying to decide how to, if I get a happy prompt and a happy AI, it's happy right now. It seems to like the discussion, because I'm getting like, I have had, like, see, everyone comes on and I'm like, sorry, nothing. No, we're saving you. Yeah, I don't have anything cool to show you today, so we'll just do so. I think even my last images were like me, like pouting in a coffee shop. Like, that was yeah. So today's are like awesome. I just need more and more and more, because I'm trying to get a 4-minute song, so I need around 1,000 images. And I only have like, I think actually for the song I need a lot more. It's going to be a lot more. I like it when it's happy. It does its own thing. It's like, I know you're just using AI. It's like, actually, it's taken me a year to kind of even just figure out how to make a move, or blink their eyes, or move their hands. But I
and here's what will happen, because this is why, as a matter of fact, with this TikTok thing that's going through in the United States, they're trying to put making VPNs illegal. The United States government is trying to make a VPN illegal, because that allows you to circumnavigate the lockdowns that they have on the internet and speech. And I'm sure there's going to be, more things that Australians get put in as well. They're trying to do the full lockdown China/North Korea thing, where there's no VPNs, you can't get out to see the real world, and you're going to only see what we want you to see. You're going to only hear the propaganda we want you to hear, and thus control you. Especially with it's 2024, gang. They're going to do as much as they can to try to shut down for the United States next elections. And if you listen to this lady right here, she even says that we're looking at what the United States is going to do with TikTok, and we're going to see how what they can do with that, and then we're going to follow suit. this doesn't mean the end of the world. It doesn't mean your life is over. But I tell you what, it means knowing what's going on and knowing the truth in the world is only going to get harder and worse. And that's the way they want it. I don't know when a large enough group of people have had enough and they decide to actively push back. And how that pushback is, I don't know. But Australians, you're quickly, just like Canada and to the UK and the United States and Germany, and we're quickly going down some pretty dangerous, slippery slopes. And I don't think it ends well for anybody. Guys, I will leave it there. Once again, if you are enjoying my content, please come over to betterbachelor.locals.com. Help support me. Do my independent content, and that way I can get away from Big Mama YouTube and continue to put some nickels in my pocket. I appreciate you, and we will see you in the next one.
A really great breakdown, but yeah, we are losing free speech here, especially in Canada. Like, he looks at us and he's like, I'm praying for you. I'm like, thank God. We need all the help we can get. Yeah, U.S. Capitol Code of Conduct. So you're allowed, certain things. Yeah. But you say the Lord's Prayer, you're a terrorist. It's coming to Canada. Let's break it up with something funny. This is hilarious. Just wait for it. We're almost there, folks. Start your rolling. You get the joke now. This is comedy.
Little brother, marijuana? Really? Big brother, I'm sorry. I just wanted to try it. I wasn't going to smoke the whole thing. You're just lucky Dad didn't catch you. I'd be cleaning blood out of the carpet for weeks. You're right. I'm sorry. I just hope you're not disappointed in me.
I actually look like the guy. I went out with a guy who looks like the guy in. Yeah. It's just, he hated YouTube. He hated me being online. He doesn't understand it. He loves it, and loves media, but he didn't love the fact I wasn't paying enough attention to him because I had to, it takes a long time to do all these art. Like, my last video is 70 hours. Sorry, I do not want to just sit there and watch you hang out, have beers, watch you play video games. Like, if you don't want to be involved in my world.
Look, I got something I gotta show
I
you.
mean, he was hot,
Come
but
with me.
damn,
So what did you want to show me, big brother? Look, after I caught you
okay, maybe
smoking
not so
marijuana,
but
it got me thinking.
from
Back
the
when I was
neck up, from the
younger,
neck up.
just about your age, in fact, I almost myself fell into a pit of nothing but drugs and despair, and I couldn't bear to think of you going down that same path. Someone so innocent and pure. Which is why I want you to have this. What is that? It's called a cigarette. And unlike marijuana, this comes from the earth. And it has no negative health side effects. Go ahead, take it. Mustard tip to mouth. Follow my lead, all right?
Every year, thousands of teens are struck dead from marijuana use. Only you can stop the slaughter. Smoke cigarettes instead. Or, as Cigarella says, choose smokes, not dope.
Love you, big brother. Love you, little brother.
This message brought to you by the National Cigarette Foundation.
before people got offended, that was satire. That was a joke. I think, do we actually have to go so far? Like, and then can we get like joke tattooed on Trudeau's forehead as like a TikTok dare? Like, I don't get it. Like, we used to understand some of this growing up, like we didn't need warning labels on anything. I mean, like, when you're from a generation that didn't have warning labels on anything, it's kind of different. Everyone wants bubble wrap these days, and this is like, aw, nothing happy.
Dixie, give him a prayer. Dixie, pray. Dixie, pray. Pray. Amen. Amen. Good girl. Good girl. Dixie, pray. Amen. Good. Good girl. Amen.
Amen. Hey, Dixie.
Hey, back this way. Don't touch nothing, though.
No, Dixie, they don't have cookies. oh.
Dixie, give a prayer. Dixie, pray. Dixie, pray. Let's say prayer. Amen.
Oh my goodness. Like, how can you not feel happy seeing this?
Dixie, pray. Dixie, pray.
Especially on the
pray.
flight of death trip.
Amen.
You know, and have a good day at work. No. Just got a text, so yeah, have a good day at work. And like, I mean, I can't do anything until the bank opens, so we're gonna stream for a while, then I'm gonna nap again and hopefully hear about jobs.
The Conservative Party of Canada may be committing election fraud. Here's what happened today in Canadian politics.
Just so people don't think I'm totally biased, I didn't watch this one all the way through.
Now, I want to make something very clear before we get into the details of this report. Everything you hear in this video is nothing more than an allegation. The individuals mentioned, the actual facts that we have been presented, and the evidence that is being seen is nothing more than an allegation. I will tell you that the appropriate people have been tiered for this and has been properly reported to the people who could properly deal with this issue. Until we know more from those respected parties, this is an allegation. Nothing more and nothing less. A few weeks ago, I received a tip from a fellow creator on TikTok that the Conservative Party of Canada may be committing election fraud through their donation campaign. You see, under the Election Act, a Canadian is allowed to donate to a political party as long as they reside in
This one, I am not going to get into deeper. I want to see how he unpacks before I actually say my piece on this little part. Because I am a party member. I'm also a party member of the PPC, which, I mean, I'm still on the fence which one. I was a member of the NDP. I was a member of the Greens. I really regret some of my life decisions, especially Look, I'm still getting spam mail from the Liberals. Yeah, I did that. I just wanted the tax break. And they never stop stalking you. I actually had to like shut off phone, like block some numbers from parties as spam. Because it's like, I haven't voted for you in 2 elections. Why the hell would I want to start now? You aren't getting my money. Bye-bye. Shoot. You know? But the Conservatives, like any political party, although I will say the PPC, they put it out there, but I've never had or heard of the trouble like any of the others.
In Canada, and they do not exceed the donation amount. That is going to be important context for this entire report. This all stems from an Alberta resident reaching out to another Alberta resident because they received a tax receipt for their donation to the Conservative Party of Canada. This individual was reaching out through a mutual friend in an attempt to get this receipt to the right person. The interesting thing is that this individual who was named on this donation receipt used to live at the address that this person got the receipt to. So obviously they knew each other through a mutual, and the right thing was done in an attempt to get this receipt to that person. The interesting thing is the individual who was named on the donation receipt never actually donated to the Conservative Party of Canada. Now, through some digging and fact-checking, we can independently confirm that the individual who was named on the receipt was the intended party for this receipt, i.e. that they were the person that allegedly made this donation to the Conservatives. This rules out any similar name situations where they have a very common name and they donated and the receipt just got to the wrong person and all that stuff. And it's just an unfortunate coincidence. But this person who donated, who we've redacted their name for privacy reasons, has a very unique name that would be very interesting if a second person with this exact name made this said donation. And the fact that it went to the address that they used to live at is also interesting in this situation. The donation itself was just over $1,000, which reaches the campaign maximum for an individual to donate to a particular political party. Now, while there is a very, very small percent chance that this is just some strange, weird coincidence in our crazy little country, it just doesn't pass the smell test. The allegation is really quite simple, that somebody either within the Conservative Party or on behalf of the Conservative Party or in the best interest of the Conservative Party intended to make a donation to the Conservatives but did not meet the criteria for said donation. Either they've already donated too much and hit their maximum, or they do not actually reside in Canada. Now, they might be using old voter data, which the Conservatives would have access to as a registered party, or they're using old census data or other public information to find a name and an address and make the donation as that. Essentially, they're making this donation in hopes that the individual who was named on the donation doesn't actually receive their receipt, knowing they don't live at that address anymore. But in typical Canadian fashion, where everybody knows everybody, somehow the receipt ended up landing in the right person's hands. Now, this allegation, if it turns out to be true, it wouldn't be weird for the Conservatives to do. The Conservatives have been known for doing dirty tricks in the past when it comes to election rules and laws. In 2011, there was the famous robocall scandal where a direct person within the Conservative Party of Canada ordered robocalls in key ridings to send people to the wrong polling place. A scandal so bad that led to Conservative staffer Michael Sona getting arrested and charged. Now, there's been no formal connection to that scandal with the robocalls and Pierre Poilievre directly, but what we do know is that Pierre Poilievre did actually co-found a company that has been known for contributing or participating in robocalls on behalf of the Conservative Party of Canada. Now, Pierre's connection to this company was short-lived, and he was no longer listed as a director on this company, and the company is no longer in business. But the individuals involved with this company called 3D Contract Incorporated have some shady history within the Conservative and Canadian politics that another video would have to do justice in explaining all that. So what does this all mean? Now, what I can tell you is the person who received this donation receipt has properly reported it to Elections Canada, who would be under the responsibility to investigate such a claim. And what I can also tell you is that Elections Canada typically takes these allegations and these reports very, very seriously. Hence the 2011 investigation that led to somebody being charged. Furthermore, we do also know that CSIS is currently investigating both the Conservatives and the Conservative Member of Parliament for Oxford after the parachute candidate that was brought in maybe potentially allegedly had some sketchy dealings with the actual leadership of him entering into that role. And there are allegations of fraud even within the Conservative caucus. If you remember correctly, back when Pierre announced that he was running for the Conservative leadership, there was a long shot of him winning. There was candidates that were polling significantly better than him in winning the leadership. But in the last couple days, his party support surged and he ended up winning the Conservative leadership on the first ballot. The allegations go as far as potential Conservative members of Parliament doing ballot stuffing, where these photos that still exist on the internet show boxes and boxes of leadership ballots for the Conservative Party, specifically for Pierre Poilievre, that were unmailed, unwrinkled, uncrinkled, and neatly folded nicely into a banker's box. Now, if these allegations about this donation fraud happen to be true, this isn't only a direct violation of the Canada Elections Act, this is potentially criminal code violations, which is a bigger issue that could scandal this Conservative Party if this turns out to be true. Like I said, everything we've talked about today is an allegation just based off of the evidence we see. It doesn't pass the smell test. Now, Nitty over on TikTok has done a series of videos that better explains their digging and the investigation that they have done into the names and the addresses and the donations and who donated to what. They are digging deep into this scandal, and I suggest that you go look at their series of videos, which I've either tagged, linked below, or put it in the thread of this tweet. And in the end of the day, I hope Elections Canada takes this report seriously, because this is potentially a very serious allegation and investigation against Pierre and his Conservative Party of Canada. Now, a quick programming note for me and this channel. If you don't already know, I've started pierreislying.ca. It is a channel.
And I actually have a membership with the Conservative Party. I used to go to pub nights. I haven't been feeling well, so I haven't gone lately. You know, actually, it was so fun last year. Not this Valentine's Day, but the other one, last year's. Yeah, just talking with, like they always, when you go to some of these events, they place you. And I got to talk to like this older couple, and they were just the biggest riot, like best sense of humor. And they like, you've been to a lot of these? And I'm like, no. And they're like, just don't worry. But like, they were so cool. Like, you know, and I think too, like, and I was all dressed up, had my blazer on, like all like trying to be corporate Barbie, you know, and they were just so much fun. They're just in like t-shirts and shorts. Everyone else is like in suits trying to be like, and they're just in there. We're longtime members. Don't worry about it. Like, you know, and me and them won the Valentine's Day like prizes. Yeah. It was awesome. It was actually a really fun night. Like, I kind of like going to those, but there's always like, you know, if you're just, And I've gone to some, and there have been party members who will come to a pub night and ask the hard questions, and good on ya. That is what a membership in a party should be. You actually have a voice in the party, and you, like, a lot of people are like, ew, I wouldn't, like, I've thought about renewing some of mine. Like, hey, let's collect them like Pokemon cards, because they all want your money. And legally in Canada, you can be a member of as many parties as you want. Okay, that thing's hungry. Sorry, baby. There you go. Now I got you food. Yeah, there it's happy. So why not? Like, so, and yeah, I do not agree with what he is saying on his video, but he brought, like, obviously he's very biased, but I'd rather, like, pull up a different point and I think a lot of the things he said, if they are true, it seems, oh God, it seems like the American elections with the ballot boxes, but this is also my party. Even though I do not agree with what he's saying, I'm going to pull it up and people can make up their own minds. The link is on my blog. I'd rather do it this way. You can agree, you can disagree.
Where we break down Question Period every single day and fact check the lies that the Conservative Party is doing in the House of Commons. This has been a very time-intensive project that has taken more time than I ever expected it to be. And I'm very thankful for the team that is helping me with this. They are a lifesaver. And this project has been a great success from the start. I have tagged the appropriate accounts for you to follow if you're interested in following this project. Furthermore, a little bit of a life update. If you don't already know, next week I'm flying out to Alberta to do a TED Talk about a universal basic income. This has been taking a lot of my time as well in the writing and the preparing of it, and I'm so excited to do this talk, which is next weekend in
I'm
Grand
really
Prairie.
proud of you.
After that, I will be taking a little bit more
it.
of a step back from this channel directly as I
Okay, you call me bitch.
focus on a
Good
little
on
bit
ya.
more life stuff. If you don't already know, my beautiful wife is pregnant and is expecting my future son sometime in May to early June.
Also,
because
why
we are
I'm not
getting close
trolling
to
him
that
as hard as
amazing
I
date,
do
it
other
is time
people.
that I take a step back and focus on me, my family, and this critical life event in our family. I will still be around. I will still post videos from time to time, and I still will be active on socials. I just might not be able to sit down and write a script and talk to you all the way that I talk to you right now.
You
But
know?
don't worry, I'm still around, and I'll be back.
And you know what? Obviously we're from different political platforms, but congratulations on the kiddo and stepping up as a dad and being like, no, I'm gonna focus on the family. It's quality time, not quantity time. If you're single, don't have any, you can do all the quantity time you want. If you are, you better be putting your quality time into your family, not your social media. And this man understands it. So yeah, we are from totally different political platforms, but here's why I pulled him up. We can agree on seeing he's actually more, he's an absolute communist, because I do not agree with universal basic income, but at the same time he is coming, more trad than he probably wants. And I don't mean trans, I mean traditional. I think this was a good speech. Oh, no, wrong button. Don't do that. Okay, there we go.
Be back, and I'll still continue to hold conservatives accountable when I can do so. And myself and the team over at Pierre is Lying is still going to go strong during this time. But when it comes to today in Canadian politics, I just need to take a little bit of a break. But it will be back. And boy, do I have things planned for when we return. Until then, enjoy your spring, and I will talk to you all at the start of the summer. Take care of yourself.
Okay. Just gonna say let's just climb out, but I think I might have been kidnapped by the Haida. If you're local, you get the joke. Wow. Like that, isn't this what Canada used to be and should be? Like me and him are very, very on the other sides of political discussions sometimes. But I'd rather actually take that step back, even though your initial reaction is like, okay, gloves are coming off, hockey mode. Take a step back and actually, like, okay, listen to their point. Maybe they actually have something you agree on. And maybe if you take that step back, show them that respect instead of just yelling in their face. And like, I think I keep pulling up. I think I compared it to watching orangutans in a zoo, and it was a university classroom about someone getting misgendered. It was like, I would be, if I was in that class, I would be so pissed, I'd leave. I'd be like, I'm not dealing with you idiots. I'm here to learn, not, you know. And so, and good luck to him and his wife and the baby. Yay. Like, and I will dig up his TED Talk just because I'm actually curious about his point. Because I don't agree with it. I mean, but it's only because I come from a place where I've done the economics on both sides. And like, my position is it's very culturally, like, it would fail in Victoria, BC right now because we have this whole crisis of the government mismanaging the safe supply. It is like, I can't, like, I have anxiety about, just because it's being like, crack pipe shouldn't be normalized. All this shit shouldn't be normalized. You know, meanwhile, the government has the audacity to say that if you were in high school, sorry, it almost gives me a migraine. Like, it's like a little anxiety thing. No. And, oh, well, we'll give you free meth, free fentanyl. Yay, coffee. And you don't have to tell your parents. So who's the worst person here? Like, I just, like, this shouldn't be happening in BC. It's getting destroyed. I don't care how much hate I get for saying it. We need to end this. Time for tough love. Alberta has the right model. Like, you have a drug problem, you can get help 24/7, no problems for a year. Yeah, it's tough love. It is tough love, but you will save your life. Meanwhile, in BC, we really aren't fixing the overdoses. Like what? You hang a Narcan kid in a tree like it's a Christmas ornament? That's going to save lives. Yeah, I know. Well, it's gone too far. People just, my mom said it best. She was a teacher in the 1980s and she quit in the 90s because she was like, we stopped saying no to kids. And you see that now. Like, so many problems would be fixed if we just said, no, this is a bad idea. No, this isn't happening. Or no, this isn't how we structured our laws. It's like a free-for-all. Like, when I always say it on my streams, I feel like Pinocchio with the Magical Island from the old Disney film. And everyone can trash on Disney. Maybe that's why Freeland wants to cancel it, because I remember that church hall watching the old reel as a kid and understanding the analogy of propaganda. That's what, I don't care if people hate me. If you saw how I started out my stream, I got a lot, static today, but you remember that. Now you understand it. Like, instead of everyone turns into donkeys, and I feel like that. All you got is like these people and the punk movement with all the purple hair, and I still have hair. I still have my piercings. I still have my tattoos. I do not push it onto other people. Like, it used to be a reaction. Now, being just me as myself is almost a reaction against it. Even though it's like, I still have all that. But it was never about that. I feel like it's like a weird psyops experiment. Like, and the original war movement with Vietnam, it never looked like, it was messy. There were a lot of drugs. It was gross. Let's not kid ourselves. But it was against being drafted. And meanwhile, I feel like with the Palestinian movements, they are trying to import Sharia law into Canada, into the States. We are like, look at fucking Edmonton. You're close to that. You know about those goats. Like, how the fuck does that happen? Meanwhile, they are stealing cattle, goats. Like, those goats that escaped from a garage, they came from one of our farms. And they just come in here, and those assholes didn't even get charged. So CSIS, RCMP, hey, if I am the bigger terrorist, I don't think you got your priorities straight, because I'm not mutilating animals. I'm just expressing my opinion. Meanwhile, I am the bigger criminal, potentially. And they didn't even get charges. They didn't even get charges. Like, if anyone else, and those goats were stolen. Like, these people come over, no respect for our laws, and They literally were mutilating goats in their garage, and the Edmonton RCMP didn't even fucking charge them. I'm an Alberta girl. Like, sorry, I'm a Canadian. And this shit cannot happen here. Sharia law, like, no. And it's also disrespectful to my neighbors who are Muslim and have farms and do it properly. They don't do it in backwards. Like, it puts my neighbors in danger because they're doing everything right. They pay their taxes. They have their farms. I've been to their farms. They are beautiful. I've been to their grocery stores. They are clean. This isn't like backroom slaughtering with whatever's going on. And I have no idea what's going on in Edmonton, but there is a level of corruption. Victoria likes to think we are cool, but no, Edmonton's actually hitting a higher score on that. No, and that cannot happen. Like, I'm sorry. Call me a bigot. Call me a bigot. I don't care. Because everyone, when they say, oh, that's racist. No, it has nothing to do with race. They are trying to introduce Sharia law into Canada, into everywhere. I've seen it through Europe. It's so sad, my family's from there. My family goes back 4 generations at U of A, and seeing, and maybe it's why I'm actually saying, like, okay, am I far right for saying this is wrong? That all these fucking lefties and woke idiots who are trying to, you are supporting, and a lot of them are also the animal rights enviro nuts as well. You are doing this. All those goats that got slaughtered, you let this happen. You are letting it happen. You're going to let it more. And pretty soon, you'll be doing the call to Allah 5 times a day. You are letting it happen. No, we need to end this, diversity. Edmonton was never like this. My family is, I just feel like if I didn't say this, I would dishonor my grandpa for everything, and my great grandpa for everything they put into the new, they made it through World War I and II. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here. And I'm not going to just stand by quietly because I'm worried about offending someone's feelings, about saying this is wrong. You do not get the right to fucking slaughter goats that you stole because of your fucking religion in my country. You do not get the right to shoot up City Hall, Edmonton fucking City Hall, and it's swept under the carpet in mainstream media. This is my family. This is my country, my legacy. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. Aw. Yeah. You get it. You see it. We were raised differently. We need, and if this makes me far right to say, I don't think that you as a Muslim have the right to slaughter goats in your garage because that's your religion. Okay? If that's what Trudeau wants, then, if this is what, Janice Irving wants, here you go. Here's your diversity. Here's where all your fucking rainbow sidewalks are getting you Sharia law. Because these two movements are colliding together so weirdly, like Queers for Palestine. Are you kidding me? You guys are idiots. Let's go on to the next one. Yeah, it is. Let's pander to the lowest common denominator for the most. Look at the migrants. And now we have all these people across the border we don't even know. We gotta be realistic and stop being sensitive.
Mail on Sunday's got a really interesting spread by the political editor Glenn Owen on the idea of the EU aping the Rwanda scheme. Do you agree with me that Sunak's had a good week on this?
I think, yes, I suppose he has. He's got through. My line, which I think I've said to you and I've said in various other places on GB News, I'm still one of those who thinks the Rwanda scheme is fairly barking. I have to be honest. But in political terms, yes, he's sort of done well on that. But this is extraordinary. Apparently, Ursula von der Leyen, who is the president of the European Commission, has said that all European countries should be thinking about sending migrants that they don't want to third countries. Well, if that is true, and it seems extraordinary that more is not being made of this. Great story for the Mail on Sunday, and good to see if it gets followed up. It does sound like backing for him, but mind you, what a sort of dog's breakfast European politics generally is.
I know,
and
but
the EU is.
But it's interesting because obviously this is an argument that's been made by sort of left-wing progressives that this is inhuman, that it won't work, that it's illegal. And then you find that other European countries are trying to ape the scheme, which I think is an endorsement of Rishi Sunak. Breakfast earlier was looking at this issue of migrants now diverting to Ireland, and the Irish are up in arms about it. Again, former Taoiseach Leo Varadkar, very much on the progressive side of things, talking about care and compassion for immigrants. But at the end of the day, there are too many people coming into Europe, and all of these different leaders are trying to do something about it.
Yes, absolutely. Well, it shouldn't be forgotten that we're not the only people to have this problem by any means.
No.
And in places like Greece and parts of Italy and so on, and Spain, they all have this issue to deal with. So if there could be some sort of common view on it could be got, that would be marvellous. But again, it seems like a very unlikely at the moment.
I'll be asked.
Uh-oh. Okay, that was just a little one. Sorry, I thought that one was longer. When the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie, that's amore. I love that. I don't know. I should learn that one and do a video of it. That would be such a cute animation. I really, a little moment. Angel number 89, unlike 69, is a reminder that you are here experiencing your life for a reason beyond the day-to-day. You are here to make a ripple in the pond. Angel number 99 signifies spiritual growth and awakening. It's a reminder that you're an important spiritual journey, and it encourages you to take control of your destiny. Seeing this number may indicate that you're about to experience profound breakthroughs in your spirituality. Just something happy before I go on to this one. Are you kidding?
Alone and wandering around a hotel, bruised and in tears. That's how deputies say that they found 3 children inside of a hotel off of Lee Road. West 2's Juana Munoz has been combing through the disheartening police report.
Well, according to deputies, those kids may have been left alone for 2 hours before their mother and her boyfriend came strolling into this hotel at around 6 a.m. Wednesday morning. And according to hotel staff, this isn't the first time those kids have been found alone. This woman, Rashay Brainin, and her boyfriend, Gregory Pierre, are behind bars tonight. Deputies say the two left Brainin's 3 small children alone at this Quality Inn and Suites off Lee Road. According to the arrest affidavit, hotel staff were notified that a 2-year-old boy was alone on the 5th floor. Staff then received a second call of another child, a 3-year-old boy on the 2nd floor in the hallway crying and alone. Then at around 6 a.m., Brainin and Pierre came back to the hotel. Staff said they had been seen coming and going all night, but had been away for roughly 2 hours when the kids were found. Deputies then made another shocking discovery. A 1-year-old infant was found in the couple's room where they were locked in, left entirely alone and in tears. James DeLauder, who isn't related to this case but is staying at another nearby hotel, says it's common to see children in this this area being mistreated.
It's a lot of that going on now where people don't have the time or the patience for their own children that they created. And I just don't really understand that.
I don't understand it either.
It's disheartening.
Braden said the kids had been left with Pierre's brother, who's also staying at the hotel. But that person said they were never asked to watch the children. The 2-year-old was checked by medics for swelling on his forehead.
It's actually it's called being a parent. Like, I cannot imagine leaving a baby like that. Like, I couldn't imagine it. Like, that's your babies. Like, it is really sad. Oh God, I think we're past that point.
I say things, and it's not always taken right, but you still have to say something. You have to get involved in some kind of way because the children can't defend themselves. So you have to stand up and say something on their behalf.
Amen.
Luana Munoz reporting DCF was contacted and the children are placed in the care of a grandparent. Brandon is now also facing several charges of child neglect.
Thank God. Yeah, thank God. Like, that's awful. Like, those are your babies. Like, why would you? And I know it's scary to speak up sometimes, but you see something that's off. And, him saying, like, oh, no, this is kind of common around here. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with these people? These are your babies. Like, you got to be the mama bear, the lioness, But then there are two types of people in this world. People who think the government is looking out for their best interest and people who think. Oh, I would too.
Because this is disgusting in a country like Australia. We went to Tent City, that was on the northern side of Brisbane, and actually I went there purposely for Stephen Miles.
I'm going to break this down more.
Stephen Miles has promised to find accommodation for everyone on the brink of homelessness.
And guess what? He hasn't even been to see them. He hasn't got the guts to turn up because he has got no solution, no answers for them. And these people living in these tents.
He's made the pledge, but rooms acquired by the government for this purpose are still not being used.
That's a joke. He is weak, he is gutless, and I hope that people throw him out at the next election. Some of the people have been moved out, but there's still got some there. One was a family, mum and dad and 6 children, 3 under 5 years of age. They have a toilet there on the premises, but there's no showers, so they actually have to get the old, the hose or whatever, or they get the shower from Kmart and use that, presumably with cold water. So anyway, they really appreciated it. I had a good talk with them. I'm going to try through my office to try and see what we can do with them. For some housing.
Everywhere.
As I said in the back of my shirt, we got this made up charity begins at home, and the back of the shirt says Aussies before refugees. And I don't care what people think about me, but I'm dead serious about this.
Our priority will be that Australia will provide an additional $15 million in humanitarian assistance for civilians in Gaza. This adds to the $10 million Australia has already committed.
God knows how much we are pissing away on all.
I have a track record on this.
Other people told me, came up and said, you should go down to the waterfront at Woodford. It's laden with people under the bridge in Brisbane, laden with people living in tents. These are working people as well, can't afford accommodation. And something has to give, Chris. We, the politicians, have to come up with answers for this because this is disgusting in a country like Australia.
Shame,
or Canada,
shame.
But
the real question is, why are so many people
homeless in Queensland? That's the question that the Labor government should be answering.
You come in legally.
Whoop. Well, I guess every episode needs a happy ending, eh?
Oh! naughty.
Absolutely disgust me.
That's my style. And we need a better government. Okay. Thank you.
Yay. Great channel. All the links are on my blog if you want to go back to anything, or that way also I'm not doing the sniper wolf where I'm just stealing your clips. It's on my blog. You get free advertising.
General Leslie says it's one thing to commit to spending new money, it's another to actually start buying things.
For the last 7 years, the armed forces has been allocated roughly that amount, but it hasn't been able to spend it all. And the blame for that lies squarely with the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance.
NATO has never in its history faced dangers as extreme as that which we see right now. NATO's done extraordinarily well since Russia's attack. We have not. And we seem to be really good at promising stuff that never actually happens. Or if it does happen, it happens in small increments. The frontline nations, as they're now calling themselves, Poland, the Baltic states, Finland, Sweden, are dedicating an extraordinary amount of energy into their defense capabilities, and we are remiss in our international obligations and duties.
There's no way that you can take almost $1 billion out of the defense budget and not have an impact. People see the degrading, declining security situation around the world, and so trying to explain this to them is very difficult.
Why is your government unable to present a definitive plan to Canadians and to NATO allies?
I think everyone recognizes this is a significant new investment in defense for Canada.
Significant new investment, but a lot of it is backloaded, right? It's $8.2 billion over the next 5 years or so, and then the bulk of the $73 billion is over the next 20 years. I mean, how reliable can Canadians and allies take that plan given the time frame?
That I don't think any of this is going to get necessarily implemented, regardless of the time frame that it's been given. It's not a priority for the government.
Oh, yeah, it is. Some of my artwork today has been that way. It's coming together good. It's like an older piece. Like it's one from Valentine's Day I'm working on. Hopefully it's done by next year. Maybe like this one could be a while. Yeah, my parents in the 1980s. Let's move closer to the city. Yes, it'll be easier to find work. Me in 2023 or 2024. Oh God, CBC is awful. I troll them all the time. They deserve it. I mean, that's what my tax dollars go for. I need to get as far away from civilization as possible and start homesteading. I think this all the time. Like this one, yeah, I think this. And oh God, BC politics.
So many people leaving, people who have the option to
scroll back. Let's just scroll back.
That if nothing changes, if we don't start to seriously fight for our continent, this time will then go down in history as the period in which the invader was actively invited in by a corrupt elite.
Yeah.
Welcome back to Moose on the Loose. My name's David, and today's top stories, we've got gas prices hitting all-time highs. We've got Canadians suffering and struggling through this. A few stories from them. We've got David Eby backpedaling, flip-flopping on his policies. We've got Palestine protesters taking over. We've got a passionate speech from a woman in Hungary. Let's jump into this. First up, we got this one from Wall Street Silver. This woman is talking about going home. She moved here, immigrated here, and it's time to go home because things are terrible in Canada.
The main reason why we're leaving Canada after living here for 6 years is mainly because it's not worth it anymore for us to be away from our family because of the high cost of living and everything else around. When we moved here, it was extremely painful for our parents. I know it was, even though they were excited for us and were very supportive, but they knew it's all going to be worth it because based on our qualifications and our brains, we could do more with what we have somewhere in a first world country that is so much more advanced. And for them to see right now how Canada is struggling and seeing on TV how Canadians born and raised here are crying and not really knowing how to cope with the expenses and with the prices and everything. And the fact that I have been waiting for a doctor's appointment for 9 months, and the fact that we cannot leave our noisy downtown apartment because the rent has gone up astronomically, kind of made us all wonder, why are we here now? And why don't we try to live the best years of our lives somewhere where at least you can be closer to your family.
This is all too common. You hear this, so many people leaving. People who have the option to leave can leave. They will go other places because Canada sucks right now. Justin Trudeau has ruined this country. Speaking of ruining our country, a little combination of corporate greed and Justin Trudeau's carbon tax. We've got 220 here in Surrey. Personally, where I'm at, just down the street, 2099. Those are the top of the top summer August prices, 2099, not like April prices. This is gross. That said, people are hurting, including this woman.
I am literally begging for people to realize that we need help. Like, we really need help. We need to save our generations. We need to save our kids. We need to stand up for what's right. I don't care if you sit there and judge people who are standing on the sidelines right now, that are sitting there saying that the carbon tax is hurting them. And you're sitting there going, oh, well, you know what? They look like hillbillies. No, you know what? Everybody is hurting right now. It is really sad to see people struggling.
You see these stories every day. People are they're struggling to make it. Look in the comments here. Canadians must stand up and reclaim their country. Increases by 200%, drop them by 30%, take credit. Yeah, that's about it. Next up, we got a clip here of David Eby. So I'm going to be using some selective wording here. Anytime you hear this word or I want to say that word, I will use the word bad times. Now that David Eby and Bonnie Henry want to backpedal on their safe supply and decriminalization of a small amount of bad times use project, this is a direct result of tanking polls for the NDP. Now that open bad times use is happening in businesses and hospitals, ODs as record numbers. This is right. If we look at the polling numbers, David Eby is now being passed by the Conservatives. You can see it right here. New poll shows BC Conservative 38.9, BC NDP 36. They're tanking. The NDP are tanking in BC now. It's a beautiful thing. The fact that David Eby thought it was totally fine to have the people bring their bad times into hospitals right next to nurses. People, who have to feed their nursing their children. It affects their milk if they breathe in the bad times air. That's no problem. Yeah, we have got no problem with that. That's totally fine, right, David Eby? Well, now that the numbers are tanking, time for a flip flop. No, you're out of power, dude.
Remove that stigma and to make sure that people have an opportunity to move forward and rebuild their lives. But that compassion, that concern for people who are struggling does not mean that anything goes. We still have expectations around safety in public spaces, in the coffee shop, on the bus, in the park, on the beach, in spaces where people gather to celebrate, in businesses where small business owners are trying to earn a living. Bugs that we're seeing in our communities are more dangerous and more deadly than ever
Oh
before.
God, it is. I hate EB. Like, sorry, I might even need. I know. I might need to step back onto my balcony because I really hate EB. He wasn't. Yeah, exactly. Like, he's just sort of here, you know. And I didn't like Horgan, but you can't hate on a guy for getting cancer, right? Like, sorry you kind of left us with this mess, but geez, like, it's just so bad. Yeah, we need a change in BC. It's been like this, like, and I like Carol James. I really did. But also, like, she was local. She was like a friend's mom. Like, and she did pull out a mom voice in government, and the NDP has really lost their way that way, because it didn't used to be like anything woke and dumb used to come out of the Green Party, not the NDP. They used to be for farmers and the working class, and they've gone so far. But we all know why it is. It's Shaggy Jag and his greedy little monkey palms. And I don't mean that as a racist term. I mean, this guy has no place in politics. Like, if you were a turban and you were not legally allowed to go into India or the United States or several other countries, what the fuck are you doing in the House of Commons? Oh yeah. Yeah, Northern BC, it's not like Victoria. Oh hell no. No, you fuck around, you find out.
Yeah, no kidding.
People have transitioned from injecting drugs to inhaling drugs.
Yeah.
The impacts are very real on communities. Illicit drugs.
Meanwhile, Victoria General, like the hospital I had a lovely stay in. Well, I'm alive, and they obviously need to hire more sanitation people. It literally, like, the grocery store down the street is cleaner than the hospital. It was like, yeah, Victoria's, it's gonna be NDP. People are just woke as shit and dumber than fuck. You get it. Like, everything they say about Victoria from Alberta is probably true, or just no, like, in Alberta, you're like, no, we shouldn't be doing these rainbow sidewalks to pander. And meanwhile, it's like, how many rainbow sidewalks can we get? We need more. We need the whole city just like, I love it, but at the same time, it's like, I've heard from drivers, like, they're so confused what to do at this sidewalk. I know Edmonton has gone so far woke, it's gotten dangerous. Look at City Hall. Look at, like, who the fuck who grew up in Alberta would slaughter goats in your garage, and if you knew one of your neighbors would do it, oh, you wouldn't have to worry about the cops. No, because, like, the evidence, like, oh, he tripped on a bat. He tripped on a bullet. Don't worry about it, cops. Yeah. I know. I don't understand how these guys aren't getting charged. Like, who is greasing the palms in Edmonton City Hall? I thought Victoria was bad, but fuck. Are you kidding me? Someone slaughters goats. And here's the thing with this whole goat thing. it jeopardizes the entire economy by stupid actions like this, because he was selling to restaurants. So you go to a restaurant, you actually don't know the food you had. It's verified. Oh, no, it's part of our religion. No, this is, you are disrespecting our whole system, because you're basically saying, oh, like if you aren't Muslim, you still could go in there and you could potentially die. I pulled up other articles like about this, like bad food safe standards on other blogs. Like, we are letting, and then also too, it devalues our entire agriculture industry, because if we permit this group to do whatever the fuck they want, meanwhile the rest of us have to go by all these standards, and all this meat and produce gets mixed in together, we get devalued as an economy because people don't trust us. And, this should be common sense. Like, no, you don't slaughter goats. Like, I kind of miss the old school days of Edmonton, where if let's just say the cops wouldn't have had to just deal with the goats, and nobody would have seen anything. Yeah, it'd be a whole big crime scene, but karma's a bitch, right?
Bugs and hard
Sorry,
bugs
I know that's
should not be used where kids are playing,
but
where patients are
Did they
recovering,
not get charged?
where community
That
life
is blatant
is lit.
animal
Just
abuse.
imagine he's having to announce that bad times can't be around kids' playgrounds. Maybe this is common sense. It's absolutely time to vote this guy out of power. Like, the fact that it's allowed in hospitals, playgrounds, near restaurants, near people's place of business, this is just deplorable, man. It's only now we get a completely defeated looking David Eby who's backpedaling. Let's see what the people had to say. If you lit a cigarette in any one of these places, you'd probably get confrontation and arrested. Smoke the bad times, no problem. Re-elect them and watch them reverse again and go full throttle on it. Yeah, that's basically what'll happen. We need to get these guys out of power. Can't wait till they're gone. October 19th, 2024. That's when the election is for BC here. This is the best comment. Imagine that. Eby wants to make illegal bad times illegal again. You can't make this stuff up. Yeah. What kind of world are we living in where these lunatics are thinking this stuff was okay? Next up, we got a clip here of some weird SpongeBob copyright music, so we won't be playing as you can hear. So we'll just let that play. But it says 1,000 people showed up for job fair in Toronto Beach Club, a Mediterranean seafood restaurant. 1,000 people. 300 people submitted dishwasher resumes. The restaurant wasn't even hiring for that position. But Canada needs mass immigration because of labor shortage. Yeah, this is not a good situation here in Canada. Look at this. What is going on here? We got to clean this up. There's too many people. Like, I hope a bunch of these people realize that this is a disaster here and just go home, because we don't have the houses for people. This is breaking our system, and the government is intentionally forcing this upon us because of their master Klaus Schwab or whoever. Next up, we got the speech here from Eva Landerbrook. Here it is, the full speech I gave at the CPAC Hungary that the establishment is losing its absolute mind about. I spoke the forbidden truth. The great replacement is no longer a theory, it's reality. White Europeans are being replaced in their own countries at an ever accelerating rate, and it will mean the end of our civilization if we don't turn things around. This is a touchy subject here in Canada. Like, we're all immigrants. We all came from Europe or wherever, other countries. It's the kind of thing where you get cultures coming in and trying to wipe out Canadian culture and take over Canadian culture. Like, no, that's not how it works. We have our own culture here, and you have to join it. You can still keep your culture, but you have to be a part of Canada. You want to be here. That's what this country is. This is not trying to make this Palestine 2.0. You'll see it going on. There's a bunch of Palestine protesting that's going crazy across multiple different countries, and there's people fighting back. So let's jump into this first.
Have we given up? Do we really accept the new reality that our globalist leaders have in mind for us? I know one thing for sure, and that is that if nothing changes, if we don't start to seriously fight for our continent, for our religion, for our people, our countries, then this time that we live in will go down in
Ireland
history
for
as the
Ireland,
time in
Canada
which
for
Western
Canada,
nations
and
no
God knows
longer
what
had
the
to get
UK is doing.
invaded
We still
by
pray for
hostile
you.
armies in order to be conquered.
In Australia, you
This
got
time
this.
will then go down in history as the period in which
I've
the
seen your
invader was
spiders.
actively invited in by a corrupt elite. And not only did this corrupt elite invite the enemy in, they made the native population pay for it too.
Yeah, that's exactly what's happening.
Everyone who has eyes can see it. The native, white, Christian European population is being replaced at an ever accelerating rate. Let me back this up for you with some statistics from my home country.
Or acrylic
Let's take
chimneys.
Amsterdam, the
Those
capital.
are so good.
Amsterdam currently consists of 56% migrants. The Hague, 58% migrants.
I love Timbits.
Rotterdam, almost 60% migrants. And of course, most of these immigrants come from non-Christian, non-Western, African and Middle Eastern countries.
Yeah.
Conclusion,
Who can slaughter
the Dutch
goats in the
population
garages
is
willy-nilly?
already outnumbered in the majority of our cities.
Yeah,
But let's
over
look
there, it
onwards.
doesn't matter. You can do that.
London, 54% migrants.
Over here, it's
Again,
like, what the
conclusion,
fuck are you doing in
native
this
population
doing that?
outnumbered.
Yeah.
Brussels,
Like,
color me shocked, 70% migrants. Conclusion, native population majorly outnumbered. And other Europeans will, of
we're
course,
already
follow
done in
suit
Canada,
soon if they
but
haven't
Ireland
already.
still has a chance.
So I'm going to
We're
draw
very
the forbidden
real.
conclusion here. The Great Replacement
Faces
theory
suck.
is no longer a
Like
theory.
Canada's more
It's
fun.
reality. And what's interesting about replacement is that the establishment will either deny its existence,
Oh, yeah.
or when they admit
branded
to
all
it,
sorts of names.
they
but
say
no.
that it's a good thing that the native European
Be
population
Canadian
is
and
soon
wanting
no
to stand up
longer
for
a majority
Canada isn't
on its own
racist.
continent.
I want to protect my country.
Dutch national disgrace and dubbed climate pope Frans Timmermans already
There-
stated
oh,
in 2015
like our
that
environment
diversity is
minister?
humanity's destiny and that Europe will be diverse. And of course,
Diversity
by
is
now, I
killing
think we
us.
all know what they mean with
You
the words
come and
diversity.
assimilate like the
It
board.
means less white people, less of you.
Yeah.
Imagine this in an Asian or an African country.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine their leaders rejoicing in the fact that their people will soon no longer be a majority in their own country. Absolutely unthinkable, unimaginable. So
No,
what
no,
in
no.
the world
Holy
is
shit.
wrong with
Holy shit.
our
No. I'm just going to rewind that a bit because she said a good point. Like, even Trudeau has, we need to replace all these Christian, white nationalists. Like, okay, so you're talking about replacing taxpayers. And you look at all these new immigration bills. Like, I generally feel like the government is trying to kill us off. Not just like we have made, like Soylent Green, like James wrote himself that year.
Yeah, the scary thing about this is if you get too many people from one nation, then they can essentially push the country in a way that's not benefiting the people who are the native people born to that country. That's the problem here. Canada is a little bit different than what they've got going on in Europe there, but we're still dealing with the same problems here. Like the fact that we've had so much immigration come in recently, it's forced so many Canadians to not have children. And then that's thus hurting our native-born child rates. This is a story that I have for myself here. I'm 40 years old. I'm not going to have a kid now. It's just too expensive. Justin Trudeau, what he's done, he's essentially just, in my case, he's robbed me of my ability to be able to have a child and pay for a child. And there's numerous people, even a bunch.
Yeah. I'd be an awesome mommy, but it's just I don't have $1 million. Like the Bare Naked Ladies song. Like, sorry, it's just kids cost so much, and I look at adopting. I guess I don't know. Also, I really don't get out much and date anymore, so there is that factor too. I can't just blame it all on economics. Although if I had more money, I could actually mingle in society, maybe hopefully find a mate. Probably not. I have such a sunny personality.
Bunch of people I grew up with. I only know one person from my childhood group of friends that has kids. Everyone else is opted out because it's too expensive. Something to think about too with this is
there's my problem too, because all my friends from high school and university, they have kids, and so I'm like the one that just doesn't. They're like, well, at least you're a top gamer. We're all real proud of ya. Yeah, I'm cool.
We're at an age where you couldn't move around very easily back in the day. 100 years ago, we wouldn't have airplanes flying around. People could easily just jump over to whatever country they want. So this is a new problem for today where fairly cheaply you can just jump on a plane and go over to Zimbabwe or Madagascar, wherever you want. Essentially, it's easy to move around. What's not easy is to get into another country unless that country allows you to go in. And we've got leaders all run by the WF, it seems, that want to push this mass immigration and wipe out many cultures' history in one fell swoop. That's what it looks like. They just want to wipe out Canadian culture, England, France, Ireland, Germany, you name it. It just seems like they want to wipe it all out and replace it with a couple of these countries that have very large populations that are immigrating to these places. And I don't know, it's a tough one because Canada has so many great immigrants. Over the years, we've brought in so many skilled immigrants. The system has worked very.
Oh my goodness. I know so many, my whole neighborhood is like I said, the grocery store down the street, and they have good hella meat. It's not from a garage. It's from a farm. I've seen the farms. They're good people. We have good immigrants. But if you come over to illegally, storm the border, it's like one of those weird app games, where it's like you're building defense walls and then all of a sudden it's like, we did that. We're doing that. And it's like, oh, we need to
very well. But then it kind of got to a point where there was backdoor ways to get into the country, buying businesses and then appointing yourself as the head of the business, and then or doing donations of large values to get in. You got all these really rich immigrants coming in that are not really, they're buying businesses, but maybe they're not really contributing to society as we were hoping, as the skilled workers that we brought in that were not the super wealthy, but they were of high value to our country. But now Justin Trudeau's opened the door to anyone and everyone. Just come on in. Yeah, all the car thieves, come on in, guys. We don't care. Just make a mess around here. That's the Trudeau liberal policy around here. Just try your best to destroy Canada. We're not going to do anything about it. And another problem we're seeing here is this. With the Palestine protesters' double standard, they're allowed to call for the genocide of another people in our country. You're not allowed to do that. That's against the law. These smoke grenades are against the law if you don't have a permit to use them in public. You can only use them on private property.
Yeah. Yeah. And when I see, that's the thing. If they had used smoke bombs like that during the truckers' protest, all the RCMP and the horses would have been there real quick, real sooner. No. And when you see them lined up, and then the Toronto PD brings them coffee. Oh, someone sent this to you. Here's some coffee for you. No, we couldn't even get gas. in minus 26, you know, because, which is illegal. But meanwhile, the cops are bringing these Palestinian, hey, bring in Sharia law. Let's see how this plays out. No, all you fucking woke assholes who queers for Palestine, yeah, let's bring in Sharia law, see how long it lasts. You know, prove me wrong. If I am wrong, I'd rather take it. But if you want this in, if you want Sharia law in and all this special treatment based on religion that goes against Canadian laws, have fun with Sharia law. You will be off the building and stoned real quick. Just saying it. I don't care. Call me bigot.
I can bet you a cat's meow that they don't have a permit to use that thing. The city did not issue them that permit. I would love to see it. This protesting in our streets doesn't do anything for your country. We got a video here. There's a huge protest going on at McGill University. We got a clip here from Rebel News. A bunch of pro-Hamas supporters stormed into the lobby of the Fashion Institute of Technology. This is just turning into chaos everywhere.
Mr. Levant here for Rebel News. I'm actually at the Fashion Institute of Technology in Manhattan, where, I don't know, I guess in the last...
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Who remembers Iran in 1979 and see what happened to fashion? If you're old, you understand. And if you're young, probably Google it. Really realize what you were standing up for with these protests. It's not about Palestine. You want Sharia law.
Last hour or so, a group of pro-Hamas supporters stormed into the lobby of the Fashion Institute of Technology and have set up an echo camp of what's at Columbia. The anti-Semites therein want the university or the institute to cut all ties with Israel, and they put Israel in quotation marks. I spoke to some of the kids outside who really didn't have a clue what was going on. They didn't know much about Gaza or Israel. I asked them what they had to say about the Uyghur genocide. Those are the Muslims in Western China who are literally put in concentration camps. They don't know any of that. They prefer to chant. But there are organizers. We know in Canada that, for example, Iran has 700 agents in Canada actively pumping up an anti-Semitic protest. Let's see what the fuss is about around here. Many of the people protesting are not students. Not surprisingly, they wear masks. I think the funniest moment of the day, and I've only been here for about an hour, is seeing people with flags that aren't even the Palestinian flags. What country's flag is this? What flag is this?
Palestine.
Is this a Palestine flag?
Yeah.
No, it's not.
Are you sure? Hi. Do you know what flag this is?
I'm not sure, but it's not the Palestine flag.
Yeah.
She says it's not the Palestine flag. Did you just pick it up or did someone give it to you?
It was given to me.
So that's a Pan-African flag. That was a flag that was developed as support for Black people in America. That is hilarious. She doesn't even know what she's holding.
These are just thrill hunters. These are just people moving with the pack.
So that just gives you a bit of a sense what's going on there. This is in New York that this happened. Canada posted this clip. It's like, this just gets ridiculous.
You're just a white person. We don't like white people.
Give it. What did she just say? We don't like white people? Wow. But that's not racist at all.
Free Palestine!
What country are you in, man?
Yeah.
Not racist at all. Yeah. This one posted by Brian Lilly. All these people are protesting on the Justin Trudeau's justice minister says here, a referani at his door, like at his property.
Our lawyer in chief.
I'm always shocked the amount of time that Palestine protesters have to protest. The rest of us are working and paying taxes. I don't know how you guys do it. Now, a place on earth where people don't like the Palestine.
Oh, I know how they're doing it. They are like paid protesters. Like I see the ads. I've almost thought about, the little investigator reporter in me just is like, apply for them, and I could go viral, but I'm like, I do not feel comfortable, being around with that kind of crowd. Even when I paid paid for it. It is like $25 an hour for some of these protesters. I've asked them at protests, like, how much you getting? 100? 150? 200? I'm like, you bitch, for $200 for 5 hours work standing around. No shit, I know I need to get out of the city. It's like...
Palestine protesters is Ireland. The Irish have taken back and fought back for their country here. You'll never beat the Irish.
Nope.
To all you demons and simpletons in suits who thought it would be a great idea to pick a fight with the Irish and put our innocent children's lives, futures, and freedoms in the gravest danger, you have no idea what you have awakened.
You'll never beat the Irish.
It's nice to see some people fighting for their country. So next up on my group here, we're going to look at some memes. Yeah, know your parasites. Dear Tick, Wood Tick, Lone Star Tick. Yeah, we got Justin Trudeau. Yeah, he's the ultimate parasite. This really needs to say bloodsucker. Trudeau proudly shows us how all calculations will balance out. Yeah. Housing market in 2024. Yeah, don't even give the Liberals an idea on that one. Jeez. Look at this. Justin Trudeau, 1,000 faces and it's not a single clue. Master of disguise. He's got so many. The Bollywood one. Like, what's good? That's Superman. This is just so bad. Of course, it's got the blackface at the topping it off here. This whiteboard is racist. Portrait of my dad. Pierre Poilievre, bring it home.
Oh my God.
Look at this Canadian heritage moment.
No wonder he hates us.
No racism. Look at this. This is going to turn into another big meme. These Canadian heritage minutes.
Oh,
this is why I took the internet away. Yeah, that is why you took the internet away.
This one, I didn't
non-disclosure
do one. I
agreement.
saved the blank
Save
one.
the planet. No straws. Cardboard drinking box. Taxes. Carbon tax. Bankrupt Canada.
Well.
Strip freedom. Blame Harper. Yeah, that's about it. That's where we're going to end today's episode. Thanks for stopping by. Let me know in the comments down below what you guys are feeling with all of this Palestine protesters, what she was saying in that one speech about pushing out a culture. Essentially, she's talking about Europe, but it's happening here in Canada. But Canada doesn't have quite as strong roots as Europeans do because they've had their nations there for so long.
It's like
it's a bit of a different thing going on there, but we still have it here. It's like Canadians are not treated the same as the Palestinian protesters. There's double standards here. Canadians are always just treated less. And it's very evident with the Trudeau Liberals. So let me know what you guys think about all this down below. Thanks for stopping by and watching the video. Be sure to thumbs up, subscribe. I'll keep bringing you guys the truth. We'll keep fighting for freedom. I'll see you guys in the next one.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, some of these ones you probably already watched their channels. You're like, I already saw that one today. But other people are like, I've never seen this channel. Some, like the one I pulled up earlier, we obviously are opposite spectrums of the political sphere, but that's what Canada used to be. We could come together in the center and talk about it like rational human beings and also be Asterius. financially, support our military and our veterans, you know, support our seniors and our families. And all it seems to go to is Ukraine or everywhere else, or woke policies. And like, I generally like look at Argentina. Everyone was like, oh my God, this far right guy took over. Nobody's been killed. I don't see any kind of mass executions in Argentina right now, but I do see them actually having a budgetary surplus for the first time in 16 years. In 2 fucking months. Like 2 months, Argentina, and I love Question Period. Question Period, Aaron is so cool. I actually really like Safe Space, but me and him we've known each other too long. We have it out as people, but I will still like his book, buy another copy, and promote it on my channel. But me and him just can't get along on our live chats. I swear too much. That's fine. That's how Canada should be. We can agree to disagree, take jokes. Or if you don't like the jokes, you move along. You don't wreck someone else's day. Now it all seems like, oh, we need to, like, and when you get into the far left, you get so far into the Kool-Aid. Speaking of which, I know I keep pulling her up, but I think this chick is pretty much clown show. So here's some.
So I wanted to come on here and talk about something that is really starting to.
I could probably tell you why.
Like, what is wrong with these people? Like, it's gone too far.
Once I get out of
we all wanted it. I have piercings, fuel rage, and the purple hair. Gone too far.
As well. But it's not the fact that the tattoos are bad. The thing with corporations, and I'm a grocery store worker, by the way. They want someone that could be a little marketable to everybody, not just only be able to do the. And I'm only here to tell the truth. I'm not criticizing her, and I'm not bashing her. She seems like a good person, and she probably is. It's just
everyone just is so worried about offending each other.
It's gonna be hard to market someone.
I've been bullied and trolled all my life.
You shouldn't be having face tattoos if you're gonna try and get
grow thicker skin.
But we in America, in the Midwest, there's even if there are alternative religious beliefs, and I believe everyone should have every right to believe in alternative, religious beliefs as well. It's just for a marketable thing. Demonic and imagery on a visible part of the body might affect some people. It might call
it might not be the right place for
money.
A high-end department store.
Because we're not all the way progressive. I'm gonna be very honest. We're not all the way progressive. We're still fighting to get progressive ideals to the world, but we're still kind of closed off in an extremely religious.
Now, see, it's like I live on the other end of the spectrum where it's like it is literally Fantasy Island from Pinocchio. I really wanted to be Pippi Longstockings instead, but, such as it is. But I appreciate this young man actually saying this. Like, hey, I like this. I like that, we grow up in, very conservative, religious, sometimes even fundamental places. So there can be some trauma with that. I just don't have them in today. Sorry. God didn't bless me with hair. So, I don't know. Also, I had dreadlocks, and so when I cut them out last year, they just didn't really grow back. Plus, I was working a lot of construction jobs, and industrial stuff, so it was easy or just to have short hair under a hat. Whatever, it's work. That's money. I miss my dreadlocks. Like in university, oh my God, a friend of mine from Syria, hers were like, when she got hers all redone, they were like, she was blonde and they were like beautiful blonde, and she got little Swarovski crystals woven into them. And so I did that. And she's no longer with us. But yes, I will still steal your hairstyle if I could grow it again. And one day we will party together again. Yeah. Yeah, you wouldn't think a Syrian girl had like dreadlocks and amazing comic book collection, skateboarder, like
just
yeah.
country.
That's why her family
I
loves
think
the
it's sad. I think
country.
if you can't see outside
Why are
yourself,
we
and
importing it
and you're
here?
stuck on limited beliefs, then
I
that's
love Leia.
that's a
Well,
sad state of mind to be in my opinion.
not so much
But
because
you gotta understand, this is not about
we were like sisters
idealism.
fighting
This is about
sometimes.
being able
You
to be
know?
marketable as well as skills. There's nothing really wrong with tattoos. They really just want them covered up a little bit. And even if you get some
Yeah.
neck ones or
Just
some face ones, I would not put anything that's of the
yeah.
neck. Even
Like
if you
even
do believe
he's
in
like, I like all this,
alternative type
but
of religious beliefs,
I don't even
it
like
wouldn't be
looking
smart to
at this. Like, and
tattoo
he, you
on
can
your
tell he's
neck
a
or your
metal
face
fan,
with visible
like
just because
just
you're
don't.
not at
Just
that
don't.
point
Why
where
would
you're
you
extremely
ruin your pretty
progressive.
little face like
Personally, I
that?
think it's wrong for TJ Maxx to not hire you. You probably would have been a good worker. It's just,
You have
unfortunately, the corporate world
attitude, and that's
is, especially in America, the corporate world's interlaced with the American politics and America policies, and America's not ready to evolve their mindset yet. So if you're going to try and get a regular job, I wouldn't put no face tattoos or neck tattoos, but if you at least do those stuff, I would be very careful of what image I'd put on my body. I would at most keep not only demonic, but also religious symbols off your body too. I'd go for something more neutral. If anything else, I'm not saying you should go put a pop culture stuff too. I mean, because that's gonna be lasting forever too. But you're more likely be able to keep a job having at least a pop culture reference on your neck than you are any religious figures, whether it's of the Infernals or the Judeo-Christianity. Because even if someone like put like Christian tattoos all over them, I think that's it becomes too gaudy. The point I'm trying to say is that's probably why they really didn't hire you. I'm pretty sure you're skilled. It's the fact that we're just not we Midwesterners are just not ready to evolve, and that's sad. We're not evolved thinking just yet. Wait a few more years and then apply back when everything gets a little bit more progressive. But right now, we're not ready to have this right now.
yeah. I think he made some really good points. Like, I know you want to have your identity. But some of this is just so far out of people's realms. And it used to be like, excuse me, a matter of respect in a corporate environment. Like, I wouldn't dress like this for a business meeting, but then I wouldn't dress for like a business meeting for going hunting. I dress like this for going hunting. Atheist Republic. Iranian rapper Tamaji Shelley faces death sentence for daring to use his voice against opposition. I've made a tweet calling on musicians and creatives globally to stand with Tamaji. Please retweet to gain more attention. And I hope I retweeted that. I sometimes I lose things between YouTube and X. And this one's so gross. I mean, it's not gross for the
A man
guy.
in Louisiana will have
I
a
mean,
permanent reminder
he
of the
wouldn't
punishment
just
for raping a 14-year-old girl.
had his
Not
nuts
only will
removed.
Glenn Sullivan Sr. be heading to prison for the next 50 years, a judge has ordered that his balls be removed. My next guest
Remove
demanded
it all.
Sullivan be physically castrated.
Yeah, good. What?
And joining us
Yeah.
tonight on The Factor Uncensored, we have Livingston Parish Assistant District Attorney Brad Cascio. Glad to have you here on The Factor, Mr. Cascio. Crazy situation there. A man is accused and has been convicted of raping a 14-year-old, and he was sentenced to 50 years in prison. And now part of that sentence is physical castration. Many of us have heard of chemical, but when you talk about physical,
Well, maybe
exactly
if
what
we
does that
started
mean?
doing this to pedophiles, they'd smarten up.
Of course, we're talking
Stop hurting
physical this
kids.
time. As
Stop
you said, unlike
grooming.
the chemical. I've had probably 2 or 3, I think, over the
Start
course of my
the
career,
list
chemical
with
castrations
Epstein
I've ordered.
Island.
And what that entails in the state of
Release the
Louisiana
files.
is a scheduled administration of shots throughout the remainder of the defendant's life that he has to go in, he has to report, and he has to voluntarily intake. And if he ever were to take testosterone or steroids to counteract those injections, then that would be a new charge and he would go back to prison. For the case of physical castration, we're talking about a surgeon surgically removing the defendant's testicles from his body.
Got it. So now the person in question, the man convicted, is 54-year-old Glenn Sullivan Sr. How did we get here? Give us a little backstory to tell us why this was necessary.
Dumpster
So
fire.
Glenn Sullivan has lived in Livingston Parish, to my understanding, his whole life. And I can tell you he is what we call a long-time offender or a career defendant.
God,
He has constantly been a part in the justice system as a
For
defendant.
abusing
And this particular
kids.
crime that he's committed is just so egregious and so heinous. The raping of a 14-year-old girl, which led to her being pregnant. Now this girl is raising this child. I mean, she has to live with this the rest of her life. With this child that I'm sure she's, gonna love and she's gonna raise. And, I really commend her. She was able to actually finish school, get her high school diploma, and she's really making something of herself. And I'm proud of her for that. And Mr. Sullivan, just being the
Well, she
lifelong
doesn't
defendant that
want
he
her
is,
baby to be shamed
committing
because
such a
she
horrible
couldn't make a
act to
choice.
this young girl, I think he deserves every bit of this.
And it's my understanding from court records that he also threatened to kill her and her family if she told someone that he had raped her.
That's correct. That's usually a part of this type of offense, right? These guys want to exert some type of control over their victims to protect themselves. So they will often use threats of violence or harm to either the victim or the victim's loved ones and close relatives to keep that secret and to protect themselves. It's my understanding from speaking with the victim and her family that Mr. Sullivan does have a history of physical abuse. And so not only was it a threat, but it was a real threat. It was something that he was likely to follow up with. And so that definitely instilled some fear in this victim. And like I said, I'm very proud of her because at some point she said, enough's enough. I'm tired of this. And she came forward. And for somebody at such a young age in such a dangerous position to have the courage to come forward and see this all the way through, I felt obligated to bring her as much justice and as much vindication as possible.
And how old is she now? And is she still living in Livingston Parish?
Well, I don't want to give up too much about the victim, honestly, because I don't want to do anything.
But we do know she's an adult now.
Yes.
Yes. Got it.
She is safe, and she is, she's living her life.
Mm-hmm. Excellent. And when the sentence of 50 years in prison and then the castration, physical castration, is that something that you requested, something that he requested? What?
So under the Louisiana law that's currently on the books, on the conviction of certain offenses, the court can order chemical castration. But there's a subsection that says, with the defendant's written consent in lieu of chemical castration, we can order physical castration. So, in speaking with the defense lawyers, they were going back and forth with me over what type of sentence we were looking at, and the idea of a 50-year sentence came up. And I considered it, and I've said the only way I'm agreeing to 50 years is if he agrees to, instead of chemical castration, we do physical castration in this case. And so the defendant actually, after speaking with his lawyer, being advised of all of his rights, signed a written motion and order for the physical castration and agreed to it.
Now, was that a tough decision on your part, or you said, this guy's a monster, let's move forward with physical castration so he won't harm anyone else when he gets out, if he gets out?
Yeah, the odds of him getting out are next to none, but you just never know. When laws change, DOC calculates time differently. He may one day get out. And when I thought about this in this particular case, given the act that was committed and the strength of the evidence, I had no problem at all whatsoever requesting this sentence. I mean, we have a DNA test that proves the child born from this young girl is his child. So there's absolutely no doubt what occurred. You know, our burden is beyond a reasonable doubt. And in my nearly 11 years as an assistant district attorney, I have never prosecuted a case that I didn't really believe in. Because if I don't believe it, I'm not going to prosecute it. But in this case, you had no choice but to believe the man was guilty. And so given the fact of what he did and how he has turned this girl's life upside down forever.
But
I
no,
was very
no,
quick. I had no
no, Randall Garoff, like having minimum jail and, you don't get bail. That's a bad idea. Like, but then he's okay with kids getting. So I think he should be all on
no
this.
problem
Yeah.
making that decision.
We
All
need
right.
this in
Brad
BC. This is
Cascio,
a great
who is the
idea.
Assistant District Attorney in
Great
Livingston
idea.
Parish. We want to thank you for joining us here on The Factor
If
Uncensored
he wants to
and sharing the
prove
details
that,
of this case since it's been adjudicated already.
minimum
We appreciate your time,
sentences
sir.
And welcome back
aren't
to
a
The Factor Uncensored.
deterrent,
We
well,
continue
here
our
is
coverage
a good
of a rare
precedent for that
sentencing of a
case.
convicted rapist out of Louisiana. A judge has ordered for the suspect to be castrated physically. My next guest explains the physical aftermath for a man who would no longer have his balls.
And following up on this crazy story out of
The guys
Louisiana
who
and
just
Livingston
going like
Parish,
this, and
we
all
have
the
Dr.
women
Wallace
are
Ali
like,
from
yeah, I've
West Point
probably
Penn
been
Institute.
through one.
Dr. Ali Glenn Sullivan Sr. Found guilty of raping a 14-year-old, getting her pregnant, and of course, threatening her and her parents' life if she told anyone. She stood up and decided to tell. He was convicted and sentenced to 50 years in prison, and of course, physical castration. Now, the assistant DA, Brad Cascio, told us what chemical castration is. What in the hell is physical castration?
Yeah, Isaiah, crazy story out of Louisiana here. So physical castration is when they physically and medically cut your testicles and close off and remove your testicles, and which are responsible for producing testosterone. As we know, testosterone is a steroid hormone that is in high amounts in men, and it helps with erections, and also it also helps with maintaining a sex drive. And so when you have that removed, an idea is that you are not producing this testosterone that would be responsible for that erection and also for that sex drive that we see in men with as a responsibility or predominantly due to testosterone.
And it would essentially keep a rapist, a monster at bay when it comes to...
That's the idea. That is correct, Isaiah. And you know what's interesting is my understanding is that there are probably also other things where they cannot obtain testosterone pills, injections, the creams that folks talk about. And so, you know, you can't go to a physician and ask them, hey, you know, I'd like to get my testosterone refilled or amount increased. And so I think that's probably another factor into it. But again, what we do know is with the low amount of testosterone, yes, as we mentioned, the erection, sex drive, but also there's the risk of heart disease and osteoporosis in folks that have a lower testosterone level as well. And we see lower testosterone levels be responsible for obesity. So, you know, there are side effects to this, and I wonder if they're going to be challenging those and bringing those up if they plan on appealing this decision here.
Dr. Donnelly Charlie, I don't think they give a about this guy and gaining weight or anything after he is castrated for what he did to this young lady. I simply don't think they care. They just want him castrated. Now, when you think about someone who's a rapist and has sexual urges, obviously, if you get the testicles cut off, that'll help. But I would think it's also a mental thing as well. How do you deal with that? You know,
Yeah.
I mean, I would assume he would have to undergo counseling or something else, because a rapist, you know, while it's physical, also it's also about mental. It's about power over someone. So how do you combat that if this guy ever gets out? He's 54, serving 50 years. He could get out, but I mean, will he likely be alive? Probably not.
Yeah, I agree. It's an interesting point you bring up, Isaiah. So yes, it is also physical and in the mind as well. But the idea is with the lower amount of testosterone, your mind does not have that urge and that drive. And so that's definitely one thing. In terms of counseling,
I know we're all
yeah,
like,
I mean, there
I
is
feel
what
like
we call
cringe right
cognitive
now,
behavioral
but
therapy or CBT.
why would you
that
want to
can
do
be,
this to kids?
initiated in something like this.
To
And probably
affirm
is
their
going to be to help
gender
reframe
identity?
and
Like,
process
are you
these
fucking
sorts of
murderers?
thoughts
Are you
that
insane?
this rapists have.
Yeah. Also, conversion therapy is illegal in Canada for minors. Trans is conversion therapy. I don't know how this is being condoned. I don't care the hate I get. Parental rights need to be preserved, as well as, you know, it's a slippery slope. Every other country has been saying this is a bad idea. Let kids be kids.
La 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 la, sing a happy song. 3 hours later.
This is what he should say.
Oh God, I know.
I
It's
reject
like she is
categorically
just
the endorsement and the support of Diagolon.
It doesn't exist, and Trudeau's too
no,
stupid
it doesn't.
too dense.
There's
to
no
get that.
diagonal.
It's
There's
an
no
X-post.
fake country
And
run
Alex
by
Jones.
Taring
Because Diagolon
plastic goat.
is a violent white
Here we
nationalist
go. Like,
organization.
Here's his deputy
And
prime
Alex Jones
minister.
is a garbage conspiracy
Oh,
theorist.
plastic
But he
figurine
won't
I
say
pulled
it.
off my laptop.
So Justin
Okay.
Trudeau is
Yeah.
absolutely crazy.
That's how
to be
logical
obsessing
this
about
is.
Alex Jones. And you see the woman behind him saying, Justin, can you please stay on the topic? Here
Like,
with,
she was
we're
so
talking about
polite,
the
but
announcement.
oh my God.
But he won't say it.
He won't say it.
You can't handle the
Resolve
truth.
to resist.
I want to go there. I
So,
want to see
in the
this.
movie Twin Peaks,
I've looked at
and
the
in the
tour for-
series Twin Peaks, Laura Palmer's house is that house.
Oh my God.
And we used to live
Oh my God, that's even cooler.
right down that street. And when they were filming and everything, there were huge bundles of like wires running through the
Oh, I
street.
bet.
So that is Laura Palmer's house. The tree, I'm assuming, would have been parked out like over there in the corner
I love
by
Twin
that hedge,
Peaks, but
or
I
the
still
shadow
live
of that
there.
other house. I think the tree that she goes under when she sees her dad at the house in Fire Walk with Me.
There's
I'm pretty sure that that's
things
where
about that
would have
show
been.
that
But
are
there's a
analogies
little
to darker
iconic
things.
Everett film history from Twin Peaks, the series, and Twin Peaks Fire Walk with Me, Laura Palmer's house. Okay. Go
Everett
forward,
is
young
beautiful. Like,
lady.
I like Everett.
Yeah, leave.
I like
We're going to
watching
turn that way on
You
Grand
guys are like
when we get up here,
family.
and that will be our final destination. Then we go home. Indulge me,
It
please.
looks like here. It's beautiful.
I'm only here, for a little while. Go straight.
Straight.
Yeah. I'm only here for a little while, That house color. I wish my hair was that color. That's cool. Just go straight. We're just going to Grand.
Aw.
So
Yeah, this
is
looks like my
when
neighborhood.
The houses are all going to look the same style-wise, but not as big. Like, look at that little tiny house.
Aren't
It's
they-
crazy. And look, apartments.
It looks
They'll
like
stick
my
them anywhere.
neighborhood.
Apartments, dentist office.
You have your seatbelt off, bitch.
No, because my thing is coming up when we get to Grand.
Oh.
So, okay, so there's that house. We used to live there when my kids were little.
Are we going straight?
Yeah, go straight. That house was so hard to sell. I don't know why, but it's beautiful. Okay, so we're gonna take a ride on Grand, please. I'm doing the seatbelt. See these houses like that are that's very iconic and classic architecture for this area. And look at these ginormous houses. Okay. So stop right here. So when Laura Palmer's best friend, Donna Hayward, this is the house she lived in. And one morning in Fire Walk with Me, they walk, Laura Palmer goes and gets her, and then she comes out, and this is that house. And it's in Washington State, in Western Washington. And then they walk down the steps, and then they walk down this path. Can you go slow? And my kids and I used to walk this path all the time to the park. So that house is, you never saw that. So right there where the stone stops, that's where they stopped, and it went to cut to a different scene. And that's the park that my kids played at when they were little. And then when they go to the high school, that is the high school. I just wanted to, they also used part of Everett College. See, look at, it's like, they rebuilt it up. They used part of the college campus, Everett Community College, for some of the exterior scenes in I'm thinking Twin Peaks, the series, and also definitely in Fire Walk with Me. When Bobby's walking backwards in the schoolyard, it looks like that is that area that's over by like the art portables or whatever, the art buildings. Look at all those rocks that you can just go get, pavers, bricks, galore, everything. See, we used to live about 3 blocks that way. See, look, all apartments, 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 house, and then boom, civilization. Gas stations. There's a Safeway, and up that way is tons of food. There's some big houses up here too. That road that we just came out on, that's where it came out at. And this is Norton. And we're headed, look at that little house. So cute. So we're going to, it's like we're heading towards Mukilteo, basically. But it's not all the way to Mukilteo. But here, check it out. Pretty soon we're going to be coming up to Forest Park. And when I was a little girl, a very little girl, there's a walking bridge. When I was a very little girl, at this entrance to Forest Park, which is right here, they had a big steel cage with 2 black bears in it. And they just were in that cage. And as a child, of course, I was like, oh my God, let's go see the bears. That's so neat. La, da, 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 da. But in retrospect, they had 2 giant black bears in a little metal cage in the middle where they could see the woods but could never get there. I think that those bears were taken to the Olympic Game Farm up in over on the peninsula. I think do you know where that is? I think it's in Sequim, which is spelled Sequuiem. A lot of people say Sequim, but it's Sequim. A lot of these Native American names, I would Google it, and before I try to say it when you're speaking publicly, because I have heard so many people wreck names. It's crazy. Why are you capping my creativity?
Oh my!
We're gonna go to Albertsons, or we're gonna go to a Safeway and look for some chicken, or one of those on the way.
Is that what we're doing now?
Isn't that what you want to do? I'm starving.
I thought that we were talking about it, but we were never like, oh, let's go eat here or there.
Oh my God!
Well, where are we going to eat between there and here?
Oh dear. Okay, then they go on to arguing for a while. We'll just leave that one on there. No, it looks like where I live, and I love Twin Peaks. Except there's a lot of weird stuff with that show. I'd love to unpack one day. I'm still kind of trying to pull it together. Yeah, Ukrainians to commemorate. Oh God, this is a hard one. Yeah, so if you have been a Ukrainian male and you've left, meanwhile all these chicks are like on Instagram and everything, like this is, yeah, you can only apply for a new passport, and you have to do it through a recruitment office, so they can determine if you, and they're sending anyone to the front line right now. Go Freeland. Can we send her to the front line and her kids? Yeah.
жінка, діти. Ну і зараз я буду мусив вратися на Україну, щоб підтвердити свою особу. Ну, так виходить. Або якісь там документи будуть видавати в воєнкоматі, щось такого, я не знаю. Сам нічого не знаю ще.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the women got to leave, and they're all on OnlyFans. Like,
До речі, так як
I don't get this.
мій попередник сказав, що в 90-х чи в 2000-х роках, тому тут скоріше можна би говорити тільки про тих людей, які порушили українське законодавство, тобто якось нелегально перетнули кордон, попри те, що вони не могли виїжджати. Ну і зараз перебувають у Польщі, але якщо Україна буде вимагати від Польщі повернення. Польща зацікавлена водночас, щоб ці українці залишилися, бо цього реально вимагає ринок праці, а з іншого боку вона зацікавлена з міркувань безпеки, щоб ці українці повернулися до України, бо ж всі розуміємо, що якщо Україна, не дай Боже, програє цю війну, то ризик того, що буде повномасштабна війна в Польщі, суттєво зросте.
Дивіться, повернути примусово Україна не може. Примусово може тільки депортувати та країна, в якій вони перебувають. Після 18 травня ми побачимо, що запрацює електронний реєстр, який надає можливість таким особам, які не зможуть або не хотять, або якимось іншим чином не перебувають на території України, оновити свої дані, в тому числі через СНАПи, але це Україна.
Already start to hear rush hour. Sorry. I don't mind talking about Leia. It just kind of hit me. One major oil exporting Middle Eastern country may already be feeling the pressure from Trans-Canada Mountains. Trans-Mountain expansion poses threat to Iraqi's crude oil exports, an analysis warns. And that's actually a bad thing. I'm not going to pull that one up. I don't want to go through that one again. You can find it on my blog if you're really curious.
Old Man Joe, like and subscribe, man. Sorry I'm coming to you. It's kind of dark. Sorry I'm coming to you like this. Please forgive me. Good morning, good afternoon, good night, wherever you are. West Hollywood, California. They have made a vigil for 20 businesses that have closed recently. And, so they made a sign in a mock graveyard, RIP, to each business that they've lost in that community, right? And I'm not laughing at the fact that they lost a business. I'm laughing at the fact that California, all these greedy people in California, they're not that greedy, but they want a raise, right? So they get the city councils to give them a raise. And what ends up happening is it's too much for the business to pay. So now the businesses are closing doors. Ice cream shops, donut shops, restaurants where you sit down and eat, breakfast or whatnot, or lunch. They have other restaurants closing. And it's just a shame. So these people can get $20 an hour. I'm not saying that, they don't deserve it. I don't know what they deserve, but all I know is that these businesses are closing. And one of the ice cream shops that closed, the ice cream was great. Whoo. Frosty Freeze. They closed the Frosty Freeze. And some other places got closed also. Well, you got your $20 an hour. Now you don't have a job. And if you're going to another restaurant, good luck with that, because those restaurants are going to soon close. You know, they're doing is passing those rates on to the consumers. So I hope you're happy. Old man Joe.
Yes, I actually whistled to birds. Someone has to wake him up. Oh yeah, once again, that one. Let's go on to this one. I think we already saw Nutless Wonder.
New tonight and only on Fox. A 43-year-old man is in jail tonight after shooting a 20-year-old man. Now, this was all caught on surveillance camera. The victim's ex-girlfriend describes the bizarre shooting as a plan gone wrong. Fox 26's Randy Wallace joining us live from North Houston. Randy.
Yeah, Rossi. Xavier Vickery is in a hospital tonight recovering from the gunshot wound. The shooting happened on Monday. He's listed in the hospital as confidential, so his current condition is not known. I do want to warn you, the video is graphic.
Freeze! Whoa, whoa, whoa. Get up! Get your hands up! Get up!
At first,
Give
I
me a
was
second.
really just shocked and appalled. Like, what is wrong?
Derringer Vickery is 20-year-old Xavier Vickery's brother. He talked to us about the video of his brother's shooting from his home in Nashville.
You see him, yell hands up like he's shot. And he's like, whoa, whoa. And then you see him just run, shoot 20 feet from another person who has nothing to do with it. So that was crazy.
Oh my God, as a mom, I could just see that he looked scared, because he got totally caught off guard. And I could just feel that he just was scared.
My brother doesn't even know the guy. Never met him before, never seen him before in his life. That's his girlfriend's house. He lives there on and on.
I hope Xavier's okay because I wanted him to not be here like he's not supposed to be here.
But you didn't want this to happen.
No, not at all.
Jennifer Johnson owns the property where the shooting happened. She says Xavier is
Jesus.
her ex, and she has a protective order against him. She says 43-year-old Kyle Michael Riddle is in the process of becoming her tenant.
And found out that there was a protective order against Xavier, the guy that got shot, and was going to help out apprehending him.
Jennifer says the plan was to hogtie Xavier and hold him until the police arrived. What do you think about the fact that the cop shot him?
Holy crap.
And he's not even an officer. He's not any form of any law enforcement. So I didn't even know he was here at the time. And he wasn't supposed to be using a gun, and he wasn't supposed to be shooting him down. None of that was supposed to happen.
Kyle Riddle is now charged with aggravated assault. Xavier Vickery is expected to survive. Reporting live from far north Houston, Randy Wallace, Fox 26 News.
Really? Oh. Sorry, holy shit. Oh, gotta love spring. Holy crap. I'm sorry. My allergies are just killing me. Give me a second. Oh my God.
Steve, I just want to make this quick video this morning. Everyone is seeing what's going on in Newtown and Kennedy there at County Wicklow. It's crazy. It's a disgrace. The plantation pushing is reaching its limits at this rate, and it's going to continue. The regime will continue it. They will enforce their diversities by any means necessary at this rate. This shows that they will. So my opinion on it is fair play to the locals for standing up. I mean, you look at what the Reds are saying on Twitter, and they're all going, it's a sponsored, it's a rent-a-crowd. Well, all the people that have been arrested and that have been sent to court are all locals. This is an overwhelmingly local issue. People are upset. Newtown Mount Kennedy is a small little town. I drove through it plenty of times, and they're rightly so to be angry, rightly so. So fair play to all of them. They're appealing for 1 p.m. today for locals and for supporters to show up. I'd encourage people to do so if they can. And of course, remain as peaceful as possible. The guards will probably try and escalate it like they have been doing. I've also seen reports that the British water cannons that the Gardaí have acquired are now in the locality, which is a very grim scene, considering that these people are resisting plantation by a regime and they're using British guns, water cannons, and crowd control methods against local Irish people. In saying that, you know, Newtown Mount Kennedy isn't the only place. I mean, I've been standing there, I've been supporting the people of Tala every Monday and Thursday, or as much as I could on the days I haven't been. But I have been there most of the time for the last few weeks with the people of Tala Says No. Every 6 p.m., they've been standing in front of St. John's House protesting with banners, placards, flags, and just engaging with the local people. They have the same, although Tala is much bigger, they've the same problems. They don't want plantations in their local area. Especially Tala has had a number of plantations, a number of hotels or plantation centres. So support the people in Newtown Mount Kennedy, support the people of Tala.
Mm-hmm. If you're religious, you get the joke. Ramses, I'm sorry. I diagnosed you with Lametta. What's Lametta? Let my people go. Bad joke. And once again, more at the moon.
Said if nothing changes, if we don't start to seriously fight
this
for
is
our
the same one I
continent,
just
this
told.
time will then go
Sorry.
down in history as the period in which the invader was actively invited in by a corrupt elite.
Welcome back to Moose on the Loose. My name's David, and today's top stories we've got.
Stop. No. We just watched that one. Sorry, sometimes it comes up twice, so I don't know whatever clip I was trying to show instead of that one, but I'm sorry, you guys. I'll try and find it and.
An arrest has been made in the death of a man who police say was pushed off of a downtown balcony earlier this week. 29-year-old Joshua Pilgrim, who also goes by the street name of Justice, has been charged with second-degree murder. 38-year-old Ryan Williams was pronounced dead in hospital in this fall from an 8th-floor balcony at Church and Shooter on Wednesday. No outstanding suspects remain at this time. However, police say they're still looking to speak with 3 people of interest. Anyone with information on this case is asked to come forward.
Well, he did get charged, the assailant. And I'm going to pull up this one. I think it's always just so much fun. Like, oh. Oh, God.
I'm sorry. No, it's not illegal. You are
Get the fuck off the road.
Ooh. Fucking little shit.
Guys, let's get back.
What kind of people are you? This woman has a real newborn baby, guys. You make more pollution. Somebody's going to hospital. It's illegal. Leave. Out the way, you.
Das sind nicht ganz dicht, guck dir die Scheiße doch mal an! Blöde Fotze, Alter!
I know. I think we're all just sick of it. Like, if you have a cause or, why would, oh, sorry, dinosaur. Why would you disrupt everyone else's life? Say your cause, put up your soapbox, but don't ruin anyone else's life. And I love that German chick. Like, I can watch that all day almost, just how she pulls her leg and then scolds her. And then the other chick, like, still goes back to the road, and a guy drags her off, and then it's like, like, she even did this, like, are you kidding me kind of movement, and then goes back, drags her off by her hair, scolds her out again. That's how it should get done. Like, were people never told this is a bad idea? No. Don't ruin someone else's lives. And how are we condoning this? Like, seriously. How are we condoning this? Like, everyone loves to hate on the truckers' protests, but these protests were going on this way before the truckers' protests. Everyone demonizes the truckers' protests. Meanwhile, we have all these stupid woke-ass idiots protesting for the sterilization of kids, the removal of parental rights, and sitting in the fucking middle of traffic like dumb idiots, gluing themselves to things. But, freedom's like, what the fuck? Here we go. Here's it on a bigger level.
And let me say this in English so you can understand what I'm saying.
I have translation.
No, I know you have translation, but I just want to make sure you get it right. There will come a day that we will see far more radical extremists and terrorists coming out of Europe because of lack of decision making,
snowflakery,
trying to be politically correct, or assuming that they know the Middle East and they know Islam and they know the others far better than we do.
Queers for
And
Palestine.
I'm sorry,
right
but
here.
that's pure ignorance.
Exactly.
You don't know the Middle East.
Kind of worms are opening with this.
Fuck around and find out. It's
They
not
said
going to be good.
these men are gonna want to bring that ideology with them. There you go. And this video, look at 2017. Look at 7 years ago he said that.
Like, I don't know. It's like, it's going to get bad. I don't know if that was a veiled threat or a warning. I never know some of these. What do you even say? Sorry, I'm fucking up my light stand. Stop touching things, Crypta. You're fucking it up. No, I got this. Shut up, tech department. Yeah, we're gonna go into my next block. Since I still have a few hours until I can go to the bank. Might as well blow off some steam. I'm sure it'll go well. Yeah, especially revenue. Oh God, I don't even want to deal with like H&R Block or I don't want to deal with stuff. I don't want to be grown up today. No, it just. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to show that. I clicked the wrong button. Yeah. Oh God, I know one like that. Like I said earlier, like they tried to do one, so it was. They set up a ladder on the Pat Bay, and the Pat Bay is the only way off the island. So all our goods, all our stuff. So they, and it traced down to a company in California, and now the federal government is protecting this like cult leader, enviro terrorist. Like, oh no, we can't deport you. You have a wife you need to take care of. And I'm looking at this chick. I'm like, she's probably paying for him. I'm sorry. I'm not being racist, but he's ethnic. She's white. She's paying his way. Let's be clear. But this is BC. Bring communism, folks. Let's go on to a cat video. This one was sort of. I find better ones. This was not the greatest one.
I have no idea where she is, and I would be so shocked if she just jumped at me. Okay.
I would play this game with my cat. Like the hide and seek. Okay, that was probably taxidermy.
Gemes. Ini kok kebut banget sih.
You apologize right now.
Some of these international videos I don't know about. I think one of those was a taxidermy one. Okay, I don't know, like that last one, I'm sorry, I actually pulled up because I'm rewatching it and I'm like, I think that might have been a taxidermy film. I'm really sorry about that. Shit. Kind of like our Canadian budget.
Okay, you don't want to miss this
This
one.
one's
Christina and I
probably
are going
more
to dig into the
disgusting.
2024 Canadian budget. It's ugly. Let's go. Hi, everyone. Welcome to Control and Compound. I'm Darren Mitchell. everyone. Joining me as always, Christina Wyatt. Christina, budget time.
Budget time. This one is a hot topic this week, so I'm happy that we get a chance to chat a little bit more about it. Before we jump in, though, I am going to remind everybody, if you're listening on your favorite podcast platform, please make sure you subscribe and leave that 5-star review. If you're listening or watching on YouTube, please like, subscribe, and hit that bell button so you always know when new content is coming out. And don't forget to follow us on our socials at Control and Compound on Instagram and TikTok. I wanted to get that out of the way because I know we're going to dig in here and it's going to get it's going to get passionate. It could get ugly, right? So I wanted to get that out of the way so that we can jump into the budget because it's a doozy.
Yeah, and like, what we're talking about here, like we are champions for entrepreneurs, for real estate investors, for business owners, and we, when we speak up against policies that are bad for that, it's not necessarily political. It's just we're so frustrated when we see the effect it has on business owners and real estate investors, because we talk to them every day, and we see real estate investors going to the States. We see them leaving jurisdictions that the government makes it hard to do business in. We see that money flowing into other countries, and as a proud Canadian, I want that money coming to Canada, or staying in Canada. So when I look at this budget, if I were to get a title for this budget, I would call it "Lie to Young Canadians, Punish Entrepreneurship, and Scare Away Money that should be invested into Canada so our productivity continues to decline." Like that's I think what this budget is going to accomplish. Like they say they're going to solve the housing crisis. Like you can't make this stuff up. The reason we have a housing crisis is the government printed unlimited amounts of cash. The government increased their debt, our debt, massively. They took in almost 4 million people in the little over 3 years, with no regards to where they're going to live, where they're going to be housed, what it's going to do to housing. All this caused a major housing crisis, and now the government has got to fix this housing crisis. And then it gets worse. Sean Fraser was the immigration minister who was warned by his bureaucrats, this is going to cause housing problems if we allow this many people in this quick. Didn't do anything about it, allows all these people to go in, and now he's the housing minister that's going to solve this. And then I read a report yesterday, you can't make this up, Christina. Canadian government said we need more skilled workers. We just brought in 4 million people. Do you think we could have brought in a few more carpenters or tradespeople? Like, we've got this huge housing problem that was created by the government, and now the government thinks they're going to solve it. And I don't know about you, but I don't remember a lot of government projects that came in on time, under budget, and people go, what a great efficient way to work to run something, the way the government runs it. So I'm scared to see what's going to happen in the next few years as a result of this budget. Maybe I'll calm down in a few days, but right now the calls we're getting from business owners and real estate investors, it's not good news for the economy.
No, it's not good news at all. And I know I like your name for the budget. The actual name that they were going with was lifting up every generation. So making life cost less for millions, which is a little, a little bit contradicting of what's really happening. And one of the biggest things that we're going to jump into more of the hot topics and the hot changes when it comes to taxes and kind of stuff that's more impacting business owners and whatnot. But I think it's really deflected, like it's really taking away from the debt issues, like the actual underlying issues that they have now shone a light on these other things, which we're definitely going to dig into them. But if you look at it, they have $40 billion deficit this year, right? The Ottawa's now set to spend 52.9, so $53 billion more planned over the next 5 years. The growing pile of debt, we're now at 1.4 trillion. So over the last 9 years, it's doubled, and it's eating away at more of the taxpayers' money, right? Like they have to be able to service this debt, and that's a huge problem. And they're going to solve it with these additional taxes to the wealthy individuals out there, and everyone's turning to how they're going to solve it. But like literally, the cost to service this debt is now $2 billion more than it was projected a few months ago. So the interest rates are running high. The cost to service the national debt is now surpassing what we're spending in healthcare spending. That is, yeah, and what we're spending in healthcare, we are now spending to service our debt. And we have taken the light from that and they have deflected it onto all of these changes that they're making for the better. And I think I wanted to start there, right? Because we should really, that's a big one to mention, that they have not balanced the budget. The budget's worse than it's ever been, and it doesn't seem to be getting any better. But let's jump into how they're going to fix it.
Yeah, well, I think budgets don't they balance themselves, Christina? But like to spend more on debt servicing than healthcare, crazy numbers. Okay, let's dig into it. Let's save the capital gains. That's the big one I want to get into. But let's talk about some of the other ones first.
This one is a
what do you
good
want to start
one.
with?
So we'll talk about one that's more.
But I'm gonna just switch gears to the next one. Sorry, I'm getting tired. I want a nap before I had to do errands. And also, yeah. Some of this is just real heavy. And it's also almost a 5.5 hour stream. I'm actually going to switch off. We're going to just leave it off at this point. I'll come back after my errands and my naps. I have real fucked up sleep patterns. Yeah, I don't sleep normally. I feel like I'm living in jet lag, except I haven't traveled anywhere. I don't know how else to explain it. But thank you for coming and bearing with me and all my tech difficulties this morning. It was a weird day yesterday, weird morning, still probably in Mercury retrograde. You can tell I'm getting tired. I'm like, I need a little nap. My mom always called me a little bird. Or her alien baby. I guess I'm both. And I hope you guys have a wonderful day or a wonderful sleep. And I will be back later. I need to do human things.
There's no one else to get home.